Put one final border and you are done. You are done. Okay, now let's talk about the price and let's talk about split pays. And then we'll have a look at the actual fabric. £249. Now remember, this is a 12-month block of the month programme. You should easily be paying at least £120. I'm going to say £10 for each month's patterns. That is what you pay for block of the month patterns. So that's £120 worth before we even add any fabric into the mix. And it's been an incredibly successful block of the month programme too, as well in the US. You're not going to pay £249. We're going to get that price under £200 for you. £199.99. Now, that's incredible because if we take our £120 off for our patterns, we're only paying £80 for the fabric. There's split pays as well, 3 split pays. So your first split pay, $66.66 to get the quilt kit home. You will have made the first 3 rounds or possibly the entire quilt by the time the second split pay comes out of your account. Now, remember that this was our fastest selling quilt pattern or quilt kit ever when I launched this. And it was about a year ago, wasn't it? Around about a year ago. And what we've done here is we've had it recoloured and rekitted.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Good morning, my gorgeous friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. Oh my goodness, what a morning I have got for you. I have got a couple of sewing legends coming up this morning and the most amazing range of products and projects. Stick around, it is going to be a good one. We are on fire today. Now we're going to start, as we always do, with a fabulous early bird. Now, what can we not sew without? Give me a list. I'll start. Thread. Good thread. Great thread. We're starting off with our early bird. And it is a pack of So Easy quilting thread. 100% cotton. Perfect for patchwork. Great for piecing. Great for quilting. You have got 500 meters on every single spool, and you have got 10 spools. That is 5,000 meters of thread. Your price is £14.99. That would be £1.49 per spool. £1.49, but that is not your price because this is an early bird. We're crashing the price. Even better value, £12.99. Now, that means that you're now paying £1.30 per spool. And remember, you've got 500 meters on every spool. So, Hannah, I'm going to ask you to do the maths. £1.30 divided by 500. 26 pence for 100 metres. Wow. Wow. We're almost giving it away. Amazing. We don't have many. I've got to tell you already, I'm down to my last 30. I'm down to my last 30 packs. Now I'm just going to grab these colours out because I want you to see all the colours you're getting. Because you could use this for quilting, piecing, applique. You've got your great neutrals. Third of the stock's already gone of what I've got left. You've got your ivory. You've got your tan. You've got grey. You've got black and you've got navy. So already we've got kind of all our neutrals. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, sorry. There's one more in there. I can't get it out. It's in there. There it is. There it is. Right. So we've also got a sort of light cream. So there's like a white, a light cream, a tan, grey, navy, black. And then you've got some brights. You've got your red, your bright pink, bright yellow, and a leafy green. Absolutely smashing. You are paying, oh my goodness, £1.30 per 500 metre reel. And it is lovely. It isn't fluffy. It's really lovely, really smooth. Good morning, Stuart, my lovely man. Is Charlie messaged in? Oh, Michelle in Lincolnshire. Good morning, my lovely Michelle. How are you, my darling? Welcome to Sewing Street. We've had a busy morning already. It's been non-stop. Rather a lot of gorgeousness in the studio today. I actually kind of want to show you everywhere, but I'm going to make you wait. I can't. Keep going through for your threads. Absolutely brilliant deal. Absolutely brilliant deal. Now, I've teased you. It's a bonanza today. Let me show you what's coming up. We are starting this hour with Alistair MacDonald from the House of Alistair. We have got some absolutely amazing pattern bundles. We have got vintage fabrics. We have got the most glorious floral poplins. Great product, great price. And some fabulous demos from Alistair too. Now, while we're talking about Alistair, we have got some absolutely beautiful, I mean, this is like quality, real beautiful quality denim, and it's actually British milled denim. This is sublime. This is coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, but my hot tip would be jump on the website now and order. It comes in 1 metre increments. So if you want 3 units, that's 3 metres. 2 units, 2 metres. The price is going lower, so just be aware of that, but that is absolutely beautiful. Later on as well, we've also got, look at these, absolutely beautiful webbings for bag making, and also fabulous bias binding as well. These are all cut to order in 1 metre increments. There's loads and loads of different colours. I think this is a fantastic day for stocking up your stash, your bag making and dressmaking essentials. And you get to pick what colour and how much you want. So do have a look on our website, won't you? Now, back to the menu. At 9 o'clock, it is Sewing Icon, in fact, Debbie Shaw. We are making bags, and oh my goodness, these are beautiful bags. The patterns are already going, but we've also got some really luscious fabric bundles as well, so be quick. At 10 o'clock, Alistair is back with more House of Alistair. We're going to be getting patchworky. We've got templates. We've got gorgeous fabrics. And we will have that fabulous denim. Now, quick heads up. Last time Alistair was here, he brought us the fabulous eco-friendly wooden templates, the squares, the Prairie braid. Sold out. We've managed to get that back in stock. If you head to our website now, you'll be able to get yours before the hour. Now, at 11 o'clock, Debbie is back with foundation piecing. And this is really quite different. It's right up behind me in a gorgeous Liberty version. We've got the fabric, we've got the bundle. But also you could make cushions, you can make bags. And what's really cool about it is that Debbie's foundations are pre-printed on a light cotton fabric. You leave it in, it adds stability, And you don't have to tear it out. You don't remove it. You leave it in. So you sew and you are done. The panels all come with full instructions for how to do it as well. But of course, Debbie Shaw is going to be showing us how. Thanks, Dan. Ever so clever. Here's the foundation. It's such a cool idea. And you get all 4 blocks printed on the fabric. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Right, so there are your 4 blocks, all printed. How cool is this? And then you also get full instructions, all written out. This completely holds your hand throughout the entire process. How to work through, how to make these gorgeous blocks. And remember, at the end of it, you don't have to tear it out, you leave it in. We've also got these piecing rulers that have a lip for adding a quarter from Debbie herself. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. And then finally at 12 o'clock, I have got the most fabulous Brother embroidery machine. It is the 330, but this one is with preloaded Disney designs. You get 45 Disney designs. There's some Toy Story. There's some Frozen. Let it go, let it go. There's also some from Zootopia. Love that film. There's Minnie, there's Mickey, there's the whole gang. That's coming up at 12 o'clock. You cannot buy Disney embroidery designs on their own. If they're not preloaded onto a machine, you can't get them. So that's a fabulous, fabulous buy. Right. Good morning to Delia, to Patricia, to Anne and to Claire, who say good morning to all. Good morning, my lovelies, and everyone else who's watching. We're going to get started now. If you want to get in touch with us, you can message the studio@sewingstreet.com. You can go to our website, you can go to Facebook, however you like to get in touch. Once you get to the website, of course, just click on Watch Live. You can pre-order, you can see what's on the hour, you can see what's coming up, and most importantly, you can grab the things you want, check out your baskets early, and then you know that you're getting exactly what you want and you're not going to miss out. Right, here we are. Look, he's already got his shears out, raring to go.
Yes.
Good morning, Alistair.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm really, really well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Great to see you.
Yes, you too.
Absolutely fabulous array this morning. We're starting off with something that you've become really well known for. These amazing vintage finds that you scour for, that you discover for us. I'm terrible at finding gems. You're amazing at it. We have got a bundle of 5 1-metre vintage cotton fabrics. Can I just move you over a little bit, please, Alistair? Thank you. So you're getting 5 metres of vintage fabric. The fabrics will vary. Okay, this is an idea of some that you might get, but you get 1 metre of each fabric. They're all 100% cotton. You're also going to get a pattern for the vintage head bow included in your pack. That'll get you started. Alistair, tell me about these fabrics.
So these, the one way to tell when a fabric is traditional, and I'll tell you the very quick history behind it. So these are 90 centimetres, so an old yard. Mm-hmm. So these are much narrower, so they're not very wide, and this is how we traditionally would have bought fabrics. So all of the looms...
That's still a lot of fabric, Alistair.
It is still a lot of fabric. So in the Victorian era, the looms were set up to be a yard wide. So when the Victorians started producing much larger mills and they were doing much greater widths for commercial factories, because back then it was only tailors and dressmakers, so you would go to your tailor or your dressmaker to have your clothes made.
Yes.
Then the Industrial Revolution happened, and then everyone was getting shop-bought clothes, if you like. So all that machinery went over to India, so you still can get 90 centimetres, and you know that that fabric then has probably come out from India, because all of the Victorian machinery was shipped over there.
Oh, amazing.
So traditional vintage fabrics are all 90 centimetres wide. So you get 5 in here. They're 100% cotton. Obviously, the prints will vary. I think with this head bow, if you've got, for instance, a summer craft fair or an Easter craft fair to go to, this is something that's manageable. You can do a little production run at home.
Can you make and sell?
You can make and sell.
Brill.
If you've spent the time to actually... make them, the only thing that we ask is obviously you don't go, oh, this is my original design.
Sure, of course.
Or if you sell it to a big marketplace, that kind of thing. But literally, it's yours to do what you wish with. This will get you so many headbands out of it, and you don't have to use the headband pattern and use these fabrics for that. You might, for instance...
Well, you've made a gorgeous patchwork cushion, and this gives an idea of the sort of prints, the selection of prints that you might get. You're going to get 5 different prints. There's gorgeous florals, there's more neutrals. You're getting the pattern, and we're going lower. Check this out. Remember, you're getting 5 meters of fabric plus, wowza.
Yeah.
So that means we're paying, let's say we pay £5 per metre. That means we're paying £1.47 for the pattern. That's incredible, Alistair.
Yeah, and this is the last of our vintage patterns. So literally, it is the case.
Last chance?
Yeah, it is the last chance to get the vintage, because obviously we can't go back in time and make more.
Absolutely
so we
not.
We can't get hold of any more of these.
If you do things like doll's house, decorating or clothes for dolls, and you want to give them a vintage vibe, if you like vintage style patchwork, actually just, gorgeous, quirky, individual, unique accessories, clutch bags, shoulder bags, hair accessories, of course.
For instance, there's a massive trend in London, and there's, for something so simple, there's actually a scrunchie brand, and they charge up to £100, sometimes more, for a scrunchie.
What?
And these scrunchies are in every fashion magazine, and this brand's in Hackney. I've forgotten what they're actually called. But literally, think about the amount of scrunchies you'd be able to make out of this.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
It is huge.
Exactly. It's incredible. There's your metre, 90 centimetres, 95 centimetres or 90?
So it's 90 centimetres wide.
90 centimetres wide by a metre. That is a lot of fabric, loads of you putting this into your baskets. You're paying less than £5 per metre because your pattern is not £1.47. But just as an easy way of thinking at it, I think that's incredible value. Gorgeous florals, gorgeous kind of neutral colours, those stripes.
This is
really love it.
So, for instance, in my house, after we finish Christmas, we always have an overload of chocolate and things like that takes us all the way, sometimes beyond Easter, because you can't consume, well, in our house, we can't consume the volume of chocolate we get.
I beg to differ, Alistair. Anyway.
Well, Hannah's just saying I think she can, so I might be bringing her in a little goodie bag next time I'm in. But literally, this would make a fantastic Easter present, especially if you've got, for instance, a daughter or a niece or even a grandson or a cousin or what have you, and you wanted to give a nice little gift. This is 5 metres.
I
agree. Get a pattern. It's already there to start. The pattern is actually really, really simple. So I'm just going to... So this is what the pattern...
Can I just grab the cushion a second, please, Alistair?
Yeah.
I'll have it over this side while you're demoing, just so we can see some of the gorgeous designs. There are... I mean, if you want to do patchwork and you want an even wider selection, why not go for 2 packs? And then you're going to get 10 fabrics.
And what we'll try and do at House of Alistair, because obviously once we wait on the orders coming in, what we will try and do, if people multi-order, we will try our hardest to give you 2 alternative packs.
Amazing.
So we will try and get you...
a real good mix.
A real good mix, rather than giving you 2 packs off the run that we'll do.
Now think about that, 10 metres of fabric for like not even £53 for 10 metres of fabric. Plus you've got 2 patterns. It's the same pattern, of course, but you could keep one and gift one.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing value. Once everyone's checked out, over a quarter of the stock has already gone. Well done if you've got yours. Just a brilliant, brilliant opportunity. These are little gems that Alistair has found. Absolutely gorgeous.
So I get offered to go into a lot of people's warehouses where, for instance, there's always the racks or cupboards that no one has ever ventured into for like 20 or 30 years. And sometimes some of the buildings that you have to go into, it can be that, for instance, it's the son or daughter that's inheriting a business.
Okay.
They have no interest in the textile industry, and they invite me in to sort of go, I don't know what this is. And in some instances, it's not for me, but I say this has this value to it. But literally, I'm climbing over rafters, and so there's no health and safety. I go in nice and clean, and I usually, if I've had a fruitful journey, I usually come out absolutely manky.
Right, sure.
And
but with treasure.
And it is.
But with treasure. Treasure hunting is not an easy pursuit. But we just get to come along and just say, oh, yes, lovely. I'll get the fruits of your labours. You've done the hard work. We can just go in there. But also, then, we are not being charged a premium for we're getting fabric for about £5 a metre, remember. These are not 5.5 metres. These are 5 metres of vintage fabric. You're also getting that pattern to use or not. It's entirely up to you. I think it's a fantastic way of using some of the fabrics. Also a great scrap buster pattern.
Yeah, and also, for instance, if you didn't want to use the pattern with these fabrics, this pattern will go out as a large letter. So if you're sending an Easter card to somebody, you could put that in as their little Easter present.
Love that.
So it's an alternative gift. Also, the other pattern bundle that we've got on the show, just bear that in mind when you're talking about this, because there's a lot of makes here that you're going to get that you could actually make, and you would make thousands of these different products out of these.
Yeah, amazing. Actually, we do. We have a really nice pattern bundle coming up. Shall we have a look at that?
Yeah.
Oh, go on. Oh, did you want to demo? Yeah, look, let's demo. Let's demo. Absolutely.
Well, we'll get straight into demo. So this is what you get. So this is I call this the bunny ear, and this is a really, really, really simple pattern. So I'm just gonna show you how to make half of it, but you replicate the same thing at the other side, and it's got a very, very clever way. Now I've left my elastic in my bag, so I'm going to use a little bit of webbing.
Okay.
But we'll get the idea that would be the elastic.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm just going to use 2 alternative fabrics, and all I'm going to do is I am going to sew around the whole perimeter and then turn it through, press it so it's like a big giant bunny ear. So that's how we start. And then what we need after that, you'll see how quickly this oh, no, that's the wrong button. You'll see how quickly this will come together. Now, obviously, what I would do at home, just as a tip, so I would get all my bunny ears laid out, and I would do, I think you call it, do you call it, I call it chain stitching. What do you call it?
Just mass production.
Yeah. Or if you wanted to just sort of do a batch run, if you like, and then you're doing one process again and again. That's what a factory would do. So you're in sort of like a really, really good company. Now, don't worry if, you know, the fabric slips ever so slightly, because once this is made up, you're not going to, it's not something that needs to be laying flat and you're going to see every little
Sure,
detail.
great beginner project.
Really, really great beginner project. In fact, this is a great one, especially with half term coming up. This is going to be a great one for you to do with the grandchildren.
Yeah.
Or actually, for any mums out there that are watching, or even dads, when people want to have a birthday party, but a sewing, or a girly one.
Oh, nice.
Now, I know how much, because I've got nieces on either side of the family, and I know how much those pampering nights are. So what you could do is you could get a sewing machine out. The kids would love this, and they make their own vintage head bows.
Love that so
I think
much.
that would be really, really great.
Flying out like hotcakes. If you want to get your vintage fabric pack, remember you are getting 5 meters of fabric. You heard me right. The price is right. 5 meters of fabric. These are all vintage finds. You're also getting a pattern. The pattern is for the vintage head bow. It's elasticated. It's super cute. The different fabrics will vary, but to give you an idea, Alistair's done this fabulous crazy patchwork cushion, which shows you the kind of fabrics. It also gives you an idea of the different things you might make with the fabrics. How cool is that? Amazing value. Loads of you have already checked out your baskets. I know lots of you are hanging on to see what else is in the show, but this is such a great bargain. It's worth checking out your basket now. You can't repeat this, can you, Alistair, at the end of the day?
No, all these fabric. Once eventually this vintage fabric goes, it will completely. That is it. We don't have any more left at all.
Yeah, we've also got some gorgeous poplins on the show. Last of stock. When they're gone, they're gone. So if you want to shop ahead, do, because this is your last opportunity. Absolutely loads of you with this in your basket. Lots of you multi-buying as well. As Alistair said, they will do their very best to make sure that you get 10 different fabrics across your 2 packs of 5.
Yeah, and we will try our absolute best, because we can do that. We can do that because we're not some big corporate company. So we will try our best. So the next step that you need, now this is all in you get the full written pattern instruction with this. Now you essentially need a rectangle. And what we're going to do with this is we're going to create a little tube.
Yep.
And I am I need a piece of webbing that I seem to not... I have it here. Right. So we're going to pretend this is the elastic, because I do have my elastic in my suitcase, but it's a black piece of elastic, so obviously that's in with my underpants and my what have you from last
TMI.
TMI, but yes, but I was staying in a hotel as usual. So what I'm going to do here, right sides together, I'm going to fold over, and I'm going to create a large tube.
I'm getting gorgeous cotton poplin at the ready. Oh, I'm in love with these cotton poplins. There's so many gorgeous. And also, did you know, Alistair, that today is National Polka Dot Day?
I did not.
It is. It's National Polka Dot Day. It's also National Answer Your Cat's Questions Day.
Did Hannah not get in some chocolate chip cookies with Smarties on the top? She didn't.
I'm afraid not.
I'm afraid
not. But we have got polka dot fabric, so that's okay.
Well, I think we should send her out.
I wish. She has to be in the gallery. Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, there are times where we want to send them all out, but we can't.
Well, right, so a quick little tip. This goes for when you see all these people struggling, especially on the sewing bee and things like that, when you're seeing...
Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, when you're seeing them trying to pull a piece through, what I've done here is I've stitched straight across. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go like that with my fingers, and I'm going to get... all you need is a pencil or some tweezers or something like that, and then I'm going to... Yeah. And then I'm just going to get that to start off, and then I'm essentially folding it in on itself, turn it upside down, and then you can literally just pull it through. And then it's easy as that. So I know that there are those sort of tools. Now, when I get to that point, no, don't use your shears at home. I'm obviously a seasoned professional. That
do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly. I'm really bad for that. And then literally all I do is then I just cut that off.
Such a good tip.
And then that reopens.
Such a good tip.
Obviously,
Poonam's got in touch from Angus. She says, good morning, Stuart and Alistair. What a beautiful bundle. Is the hairband pattern suitable for adults as well as children? Good question.
Yeah, no, it's perfect for either. The only thing that I would do at home is just I would make for the adults one, I would make your elastic a little bit wider. And the reason for that is that when you're tying this around, you're essentially wanting to tie a decent knot, where you've got a decent bunny ear on there. What you can do is you can tie this tighter. You can always reduce the elastic because how I'm going to show you how you attach this, it's super easy to then reduce it. Always start off larger. It's like we always say, you know, if you go and get your hair cut, we can always cut it off, we can't glue it back on. So that's just a real sort of like, you know, ideal top tip. So bearing in mind, this is webbing. So if you've just tuned in, it's not elastic. Well, no, it's not elastic. But 10 out of 10 for observation.
But it should be.
Sharp eagle eyes out
It's
there.
in his suitcase.
It is. So what I've done here, so I've inserted my webbing, which we're pretending is elastic. And I'm going to sew just at the edge just to catch it. Okay. So
With the right side of the fabric out.
Yep. So it's all raw edges, and you'll see cleverly in a second how this all disappears and becomes wonderful.
Awesome.
So where's my tweeze?
Another message. Hi, guys. Hey, these fabrics would be great for doll and toy outfits. Thanks, Judith. Absolutely. Absolutely. You get a metre of each. And it's 90 centimetres wide by a metre because they've actually been woven on vintage looms because they are vintage fabrics. But you still get a huge amount of fabric. Each one, you're paying less than £5 per metre of fabric. And yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I would want to make things like a gorgeous bow tie, pocket squares, some lovely little accessories. Things like bags, spectacle cases, makeup bags as well. There's so much you can do with each of these fabrics. And they also have a gorgeous kind of vintage vibe to them.
Yeah, you could make tea cozies, which is a bit of a, a bit of a thing of the past. But again, really, really useful.
2/3 of the stock's gone. Be quick.
No, so it's hard to... What I'll do is I'll pop that there so you can see it on the overhead. So there, because I've decided to choose black fabric. So you can see there what I've done. Now we're imagining the webbing in here is actually elastic. So I've created a channel, I've got some elastic, and I've ruched the fabric so that if the elastic stretches, then the tube or the casing, the fabric casing, will then stretch with it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do this layering technique. So I'm going to take my fabric, I'll keep that on the white, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to place this here, and then I'm going to place this over here, and then I'm going to sandwich that there, and we're creating a little sandwich. Now I'm going to sew straight across there. Bear in mind, I haven't finished any edges. This is the quickest headband, but with the best outcome.
I'm thinking we could knock 3 of these out an hour or more.
Oh, God,
Making and selling, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I reckon if you really pushed yourself, I reckon you would get at least 15 done in an hour. Because once you've actually sewn, the trick with this, once you've sewn the bunny ear off, that is the more time-consuming bit, and the pressing. So, for instance, if you got a load done, my tip with this is your elastic, make a long channel, thread a really big length of elastic through, ruche it all down, and then sew it, and then chop it into sections. And then you've got your sections all there ready and made. It just means that the fabric you choose for the back is all going to be the same. If you were doing them all different,
you could have a coordinating solid, though, for that, couldn't you? That would kind of tie all the pieces together.
Yeah.
Love it. So cool.
So this
Fewer than 20 of these bundles left now when everyone's checked out. We're heading towards a sellout, Alistair.
Well, this is where the magic happens. So you can see that we've got all raw edges here. Now, obviously, that's the raw edge because we haven't put the other bunny ear on. But when I flip this over...
It's gone.
It's all...
It's
obviously,
so
you need to
clever.
get rid of your spare threads. But look...
So then you just do the same thing on the other end?
Do the same thing to the other side, and then you bring that around. That's going to be your elastic that goes around the back of your head. You bring this to the front and you tie it. This is great. This is a great gift for any age, boy or girl, that does makeup, and you want to keep your, your hair out of your head. I'm not a big fan of that.
Don't look at me when you say that, Alistair.
What?
When you try and keep your hair out of your face.
You've got to keep that.
I've got a little bit of something
You've got to keep
there.
that.
It's
yeah,
enough.
You've got to
Gotta
keep your
my
fringe,
fringe,
you know.
my bangs.
Exactly. You know, once you come out the shower, it'll be down here, you know.
Philip and Diana have got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Alistair.
Good morning.
Lovely to see you. I've ordered my vintage fabric and I can't wait to use it.
Well, we can't wait to see what you make from it, because
Absolutely.
obviously sometimes when you actually do a show, you think, when you say to people, oh, you can use it for anything,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
actually really surprises me what some people end up making.
They really do use it for anything.
They do. And that's the thing. Just because somebody says, for instance, like when we sell our quilt back-ins, we always say it's a quilt back-in. Yeah, because it's a ginormous piece of fabric.
Right.
However, because it's not on the roll. However, you can use it for dressmaking, you can use it for curtain making, you can use it for your quilts if you want.
Exactly.
And also dressmaking fabrics as well. Have a go at making those into drapes. It's all about how you actually do it. For instance, we always sell viscose fabrics. It's about the fusing that you put on the back complements how you can then use it for something
Exactly.
else.
At the end of the day, it is a piece of fabric. It is a blank canvas. We had a lovely message actually from Trudy. We'll just pop it back up. Trudy says, morning, Stuart and Alistair. Ordered this. I'm going to have so much fun making these for the grandchildren and maybe with the grandchildren, Trudy.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't matter how young or old they are. If they feel as if, even for instance, if they're doing the job where they're marking round and they're chalking, you know, all the pieces out, but you're doing the sewing bit.
Turning through the bunny ears.
Yeah, and
Now,
it's great.
we have got some fabulous 100% cotton poplin. This is last of stock. It is National Polka Dot Day. I am in love with this fabric, Alistair. Now, this is cut to order in 1 metre increments. So you're paying $9.99 for a full metre. If you buy 3 units, you get 3 metres. That's a good size bundle for dressmaking.
Yeah, and again, this is 112, 114 wide.
So that's 44 inches.
Yeah, so if you order, so with House of Asa, because I'm a ladies couture or a women's designer, I know that you guys at home, if you're dressmaking, you want a continuous 3 metre piece. You don't want 1 metre increments. So when all the orders get placed, they come through, depending on how you pay, they all come through within 3 days. Once they're all done, we create a massive cutting list, and then we cut all the fabrics, and then we create a big picking wall. So
you'll get it cut to your precise order. Now remember, it's sold in 1 metre increments. I've got to tell you though, I have only got 30 metres. Now this is particularly suitable for dressmaking. However, Alistair, I was telling you at the start before we came to air that I use a lot of cotton poplin for backing quilts. I love that it's slightly lighter in weight than a quilt weight cotton. It's more what I would call a shirting weight. Perfect for quilt backs, and you get so many beautiful designs.
Well, the other thing, if you so I can only picture this, but I'm presuming that, for instance, if you were to put this on the back and you were long arm quilting, or you were just quilting on a machine, because this is slightly lighter weight, you're not creating all that bulk.
Right.
So it's going to be easier to work with, and it's just. Poplin, so you've got lawn, which is like a Liberty lawn, so that's really fine. Poplin is the next stage up from it, and then you start going into your quilters weights, and then sort of like slightly heavier cottons, and then after that you're going into the cotton drills and corduroys and really heavy fabrics. But literally, Poplin is one of those unsung sort of heroes.
I agree with you. I agree.
And I actually love working with this.
I think because a lot of people think it's polyester. Because you can get poplin that's a poly cotton mix. This is 100% cotton. This is going to mix beautifully. And actually, Alistair, you made a really good point there, I think, from a quilting point of view. Not so much for long arming, but if you're quilting on a domestic sewing machine, anything that you can do to reduce the bulk is going to make the journey through your sewing machine easier. And that includes using a finer weight cotton on the back. Good point.
Because as I've found out, because at home, you all know, I'm a dressmaker, I'm not a quilter. I've never professed to be. I've been shown some really nice techniques to get me started.
We'll get you quilting, Alistair.
Well, exactly. But then I decided to use denim. As you do. I just thought, actually, do you know what? I'm going to do it. No, I made this not as a quilt, but this is going to be eventually, when I get round to it, because my next teaching is going to be how to actually sandwich it up and do the whole thing.
Bro.
So with this is actually going to be a rug for my son's room.
Oh, gorgeous.
So because it's denims, it's kind of teenagery. It's you know, so it's really, and Prairie braid and the crazy patchwork is such a fun thing to do.
Yeah. And also, don't forget, we've got the templates for the Prairie braid back in stock. Go on the website and grab yours. Now, we've got the next of the poplins. Do just need to let you know, everyone that's checking out their baskets on these cotton poplins is multi-buying. That means the stock can disappear very, very quickly.
Yep.
This is gorgeous. This is like a mustard gold dot.
So it's like a sort of like a gilt mustard colour. So this has got a very beautiful ivory background. So it's not buttermilk. So it doesn't have an overly sort of like creamy yellowy hue, but again, really, really bold, really beautiful. If you're going to make some vintage headbands, this is going to be a fantastic fabric.
Oh, I want somebody to make a 1950s style dress, Alistair, with like full skirted, fitted bodice.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, like Twinwood Festival where everyone dresses vintage.
Yeah.
This is it.
Well, I tell you what, just before we do another fabric, should we do the pattern bundle? Because we can do the pattern bundle and then
Mother's Day.
and then that might inspire people to, well, they're not haven't got quite a project to do with it.
I'll just very quickly do this other polka dot fabric, as it is National Polka Dot Day. This has got, this is very elegant. This has got a beautiful dove grey background. The polka dot itself is like a really deep aubergine purple, and then these fabulous 50s florals. This is going to start. Got to tell you, I've only got 12 metres of this left. It's been flying out. Now remember, House of Alistair sell their fabrics in 1 metre increments. So 1 unit is 1 metre, 5 units is 5 metres.
Yeah, so if you're used to buying it by the half metre, if you're putting 5, you will get 5, not 2.5 metres.
Right.
So
but bear in mind, if you did buy 5 metres of this, cut it in half, rejoin, you've now got enough fabric to back a double bed quilt for less than £50.
Which is a big, big plus, because if you do a comparative search even here, you will see that this is fantastic value.
It's great value. It's great value. Beautiful. Right, let's have a look at the pattern bundle.
Right, so I brought this pattern bundle because I just thought we've got lots of individual patterns, and we've got Mother's Day coming up, and we've got spring, summer, and, you know, for everybody, we all like to make a little bit of money, you know, here and there on the side and what have you. So this is going to be a fantastic pattern bundle to get. So it's got 5 patterns in here.
5? So,
yeah.
Ace.
So, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be for Mother's Day, but obviously that's coming up. That's what it. So you get the shower cap pattern, which this is. I know I've heard this from. Obviously, I don't use the shower cap because I wash my hair in the shower every morning. But my sister, mum, everybody, this is a deep enough shower cap that you, if you've got big hair, so it'll work for Hannah. Literally.
Yeah, Hannah's got really big hair.
She's got really big hair. She's got a mane.
Yes.
Yes.
Or as we like to say, a beautiful mange of hair.
But so you get your shower cap pattern in there.
Great.
Now you get the full instructions with these as well. It's not just you just get the pattern shoved in and you don't go. So you get the shower cap pattern. You get this is a really simple make. I've got a lot of boys and girlfriends that actually like to use this as a little makeup thing, especially if you're working in, you've got eye drops or your contact lens wearer or something. This is just really small. It's great if you're taking on an airplane, that kind of thing. So you get the hobby case. And
loads of make to sell patterns in this bundle. Actually,
this one I made for myself in Liberty Print, and I've had this for like yonks. You'll have seen.
See, that's
it on
more
the
like
table.
it for a makeup bag for me.
Yeah, it's a decent size.
I just get eyes in there.
You just get eye. Oh, okay. You wouldn't get your contouring in that
no,
one. Oh, okay.
No. I contour with a Snickers bar. It's fine.
Oh.
Right. So our next make.
Well, I didn't like to say. So you're also getting your handy tissue pouch.
That's cute.
With a nice little zip. And again, these have a lovely little box bottom. So they're a little bit posher than, say, if you were just to make everything flat and then just stick the tissues in. And again, with the little zip, and you use the bias binding with those.
I'm seeing make to sell in every one of these patterns, aren't you?
Yeah. Then also you've got, now this is a generic pattern that will fit any 2-litre hot water bottle.
Love that.
So you don't, it's not, I haven't been one of these designers that have designed this that it only fits one model or make, and you have to buy that through us. We're not into that. So literally all 2-litre hot water bottles are
and
standard
think about
size.
using your little bits of vintage fabric, your special fabrics. You don't need much,
Yep.
and then using your fleece or, you know, something else, faux fur even,
Yep.
in between. Oh, love that.
Now, we've got the House of Alistair anti-pill polar fleece as well. Just bear in mind, obviously, with sewing quarters, postage is really phenomenal, and especially because it checks out at midnight. If you were to buy it from another store, they would almost even go up to charging you Royal Mail a medium parcel.
Right.
So just bear in mind with your postage, because fleece is a really bulky item to send.
True enough.
And we can't fit it in our Franken box at the thing.
Yeah.
We have to actually book Royal Mail to come in to collect them, because
Got
they
you.
are quite big. But you've got all that, and again, as you said, you're only using it as a trim. Now, on the top here, I've used the same fabric. Now, I've just used, cut this out like a bias binding, but I've just used the straight grain. So I have it, so you're going to get more out of your fabric by doing that. If you were going to do it in a true bias and cut it on the diagonal, you're going to lose your meterage of fabric. But if you cut it out in the straight, loads out.
We also get an eye mask pattern
Yeah.
in there. Now, at the moment, each pattern is working out at $7.99, but we're not staying anywhere near there. Everyone has already checked out their pattern bundle. You're about to get a very nice surprise. 40% off. That is £4.79 per pattern, £23.97 for all 5 in a bundle. That is Mother's Day, that is Easter, that is, we're having a baby shower, we're having a hen party, sewing. Again, you could gather materials and do this with friends.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't one of these patterns. For instance, the only pattern I would say that potentially wouldn't necessarily be for a gent, because not all gents have long hair. The vast majority of us have short hair, and we literally go in the shower and wash our hair every day.
Yep.
But all the other 4 patterns, the eye mask, the hot water bottle case, the hobby case, and the tissue case, because my mum also uses this. She won't want me telling you this, but she'll use that for her false nails with the glue.
Sure.
So she puts her little scissors in there, and she's got the spare nails in case one pings off in,
Good.
you know, Newcastle High Street
These
or
things
wherever,
happen.
emergencies.
Yeah.
You've got that. You can use it for your tissues or your little atomizer proof. And this, so you've got 4 patterns here that will definitely do both genders.
Yep.
But again, and then you've got the bonus of a shower cap.
And my eye mask actually is my secret weapon to sleeping on flights as well, because the minute that goes on, I'm gone. That and earbuds, I'm gone.
Well, in just on the eye mask pattern, so when we actually made these for the Liberty Shop floor, and the way that I developed this one, so I added a secret weapon into this eye mask in the actual lining. So so it actually took about 25 different prototypes to get the shape of the eye mask correct, so it would fit in. And what we actually do is we use little beanie beans inside the lining, and what they do is they fall and they settle here, and what it does is it slightly weights it
And blocks the light
and
out.
blocks the light. So we
very
tell you
clever.
that in the pattern.
Very clever. Absolutely flying out. What an amazing bundle. 5 different patterns, all of them perfect to make and sell. All of them perfect to just get together with friends and have fun. Stash busting, scrap busting, brilliant with vintage fabrics, quilt fabrics, you name it, for $23.97. And you are making that fabulous 40% saving.
Yeah. So
Gorgeous.
so that's your shower cap that you're getting in there. Now, I've used a ripstop lining. Now, ripstop is water repellent. So, for instance, if I was to get my water bottle out, which I didn't...
Oh, we often
that's
do.
another
We
thing I
often
didn't
do. We're always doing that here.
Are you?
Spilling the water and shaking it around.
I've heard the green room's padded with it, you know, for other reasons. Obviously, there's a lot of upset people in there. But literally, I've used this. Now, this acts like a barrier. The outer fabric, you don't have to use anything that's waterproof or anything like that, because that's your waterproofing inside. It's really simple to make. But it gives you the pattern. Again, I've got lady friends that actually use a shower cap to hold their hair back whilst they're doing their makeup.
Sure.
They don't actually use a headband.
Or something like deep conditioning your hair, putting like a hair mask on, popping that on, because again, the heat allows extra penetration, doesn't it?
It does, and we like a bit of that. So that's your shower cap.
Fantastic.
That's your pattern there. Then you've got the really cool little tissue case. Now, if you were to get the fabric bundle in those, you'll get if you imagine how many of these products you'll get out, then you've got your hobby maker, your hobby case.
Get out! Welcome
It's
to
still,
Sewing Street.
it's still on brand. You've got your hobby maker pouch, and then you also have your hot water bottle case, which again it fits every single generic 2-litre hot water bottle. Obviously, if your 2 litre is in the shape of a heart, then that would be an anomaly, or a whale. Then it's not going to fit.
Fair enough. I think.
However,
that's fair.
the standard hot water bottle size is what you have. Now, just a quick tip. When you're buying your hot water bottles, okay, just very, very quickly, it has a sundial on here, okay?
I heard this as well.
Now, the sundial indicates when the hot water bottle was made, and technically, depending on the composite of the hot water bottle, you should, now they say, my gran had one for like 25 years or so, however, you should change them every 2 to 4 years.
Okay.
I don't know a household in the UK that does it, but anyway, that's the industry standard. But the actual sundial will tell you. Now, there is a bit of confusion as to when you're allowed to buy a hot water bottle. So once you start using it, that's when the expiration date should start. So don't go out there and thinking, oh, well, that sundial says we'll have it. A store will not have it on a shelf for you to purchase.
Stay safe.
It's not, but just bear in mind
Love that top tip.
that's there.
Right, now, Angie has a great... Angie, I was going to say this earlier on, I was thinking the same. She says, could the shower cap be used for covering food bowls? Yes.
Yes, actually. Yeah, no, that is a very good
Yeah, it's a
idea.
really good
because
idea.
essentially, you will want to, when you've got your salad out in the garden in the summer...
Yeah.
I don't know why people really like alfresco dining, because whenever I sit out in my garden, I just get absolutely bitten. But then the midgies love me because I'm Scottish.
Depends where. Yes, it depends where you are, doesn't it? No, I love any opportunity to eat outside. In the spring and summer, we eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the garden every time. And if I can pack a picnic, I'll do it. I love eating outside.
We have a thing in our house called picky tea.
Right.
And it's the and you have
in Spain they call that tapas.
Yes.
Little top tip there.
Yeah. Yes, it is
We
like
call it
tapas
picky
or a
tea.
meze. Yes. So it's lots of just little lovely bits, and it's quite amazing. And all the pickles come out.
Grazing.
Yes, grazing,
Yes.
and then
charcuterie board.
although our one, because I've got a fussy 15-year-old, it is honey roast ham and red Leicester
Generally
cheese.
triangles, and that's it. Yeah.
That is pretty much it. So, funny
I
enough,
was going to ask you
pickled
how old your
onions.
son is now. 15. He's growing
Nearly
up.
16
Wow.
in August. But he's the baby in his year. So we're fully into our GCSE year. And teenagers do bring a very different education to life. Let's just say.
Now, the bundle of patterns, keep going through for it. Lots in baskets, lots already checked out too. Remember, you're making a £40 saving, sorry. You're getting 5 patterns for that fantastic price, £23.97, less than £5 a pattern. Now, let's do the wooden templates because everyone's checking out their baskets already. Shall we do the Prairie braid first? Okay, talk to me.
Right, so this is our Prairie braid. So this is an example of the Prairie braid. Now, I was shown the Prairie braid and I was shown crazy patchwork, and I love both. Now, I'm not a quilter, but I want to see fast results. And these two techniques are amazing that you actually said. Now, a cheats way is make sure you use the largest rectangle and the largest square, because you're accumulating a bigger surface area when you stitch everything up. So what I've done is I've used...
This is amazing, by the way. I love this.
It's really,
Don't you
really
think this is
pretty.
wonderful?
So essentially, Prairie braid, from my technical, what have you, is a chevron pattern that's going up, or a lattice sort of design.
Yeah.
And I've created 3, and then I've used some borders, or do you technically call them sashing?
Yeah, borders. Yeah, sashing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've then created these border stroke sashing in between, and you can play around with the depths of these. This is what I love about quilting that I found, is that once you've got the really intricate parts, you can then start making it. It's very difficult to know when to actually stop.
Yes, true.
So this one actually was a patchwork denim, which is actually woven to look like that. So it's not printed.
Did you
it's
see
woven.
me like trying to feel the edge to see?
You were like saying, "Oh,
yeah,
is this all?"
Yeah.
So it gives the illusion.
Love that.
But that, you see, that is an example of a fabric we took to air ages ago. We had the amount of fabric. We can't repeat it.
One
that
chance.
sold out in literally less than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
One
chance. One chance.
So what you need for Prairie braid to start it off with is you need the square, and then you add your rectangles, and you just seesaw them. Now, you can use 3 different fabrics, or you can use 5, or you can just use everything and anything that you've got. I think this would be, because sometimes I've seen memory quilts, and usually they're giant squares, just because you want to remember what the garment was.
Yes.
But I think if you were to do something like this, I think it would make the memory quilt something that the person who might be in receipt of it might go, actually, because obviously you're, say, the adult at home that goes, oh, remember that baby grow, or what have you. But I think if you did something like this, I think it would have more of a use for.
Yeah, I think there's some lovely ways of using this pattern. So you get 3 different sizes of template in both the square and the rectangle. Actually, these could be used for so many different quilt blocks and so many different projects. A quarter of the new stock has gone. Remember last time Alistair was here, complete sellout. It's taken you this long to remanufacture these, especially made, aren't they? And also all made from wood. So look after them. They will last you a lifetime.
Also with the squares, you can use this in your bag making. So if you're going to create a block bottom bag.
Oh, yeah, like a box bottom.
Yeah. You literally, when it's on the folds, you put it in the corner and you draw around it.
Really clever point.
And this will give you it. So these templates are not just something that you're going to use for your quilting. You can use them in your bag making.
Yep.
You can just use them in general if you're just wanting to create a new shape for yourself.
Yeah. Any of these could be used to create things like piano key or pieced borders. You could use these together to make rail fence blocks. There's all sorts of ways that you could use both of these templates, including the Prairie braid or French braid. This is such an addictive patchwork pattern.
Oh, it is, because you don't know when to stop to how long you get it.
Exactly.
And then before you know it, you've created this thing that's 4 meters long.
It's got a life of its own.
Exactly.
And also as well, what's really nice about it is it's not a block. We get so into, we all make so many block quilts. It's actually really nice to do something that's in a bar or a strip sometimes. Just really mixes it up. Opens up new designs, opens up new ideas. Imagine this using the smallest size as the top of a bag. Oh, this is lovely.
So,
this is really lovely.
Yeah, so we did a sale
that.
show over just before Christmas, and all of these fabrics were in. So I think the little bits that are left of this fabric are available on Sewing Street's website. So this took me about 7 different attempts to work out how to get it to all interlock, and then I realised what I was doing actually wrong. Because I ended up with one that just anyway. So you can start with the square, and you can then chevron this direction and that. If you were just to take that, that would be a lovely table runner.
It would be fab.
And then what I've done with this is I've just added some extra strips just to bring it out. And then eventually my idea with this would be to just chop it off and then create a really beautiful scatter cushion. Because
I'd turn that into a scarf. I would keep going, back it, and then have it as a really special scarf.
Yeah, it's some nice caramel sort of like cashmere or something like that on the back.
It's a bit classy. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that idea. Carol's got hers. Carol's got hers. Did Carol send in a message? Carol just messaged us to say she's bought her Prairie braid templates. Well done, Carol. Also, lots of love for you, Alistair. Liz says, good morning. I love your wool pressing mat, she says.
Yes.
Best by far that she's ever
hold
bought.
that thought, because there's a brand new product that we are in the middle of designing at the moment.
Interesting. Jan says, good morning, Stuart and Alistair. Gillian says, good morning, Stuart and Alistair. And team. Oh, don't say hello to them. Let them make them rowdy.
Yeah, they didn't bring us polka dot cookies this morning, so they get nothing.
I feel like I need to go out and get you them now, Alistair. Keep going through for that. It's heading towards 50% of the stock. Be quick. Now, we've also got descending or ascending, depending where you start, wooden squares. Now, my personal top tip would be to go for both of these because they will work together. You've got the 1 inch increments, so you've got 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, 5 and 6. Don't forget as well that if you do English piecing, you can cut your fabric out using the outer and your paper out from the inner in each of those sizes. Okay, so they're all inch increments. And then the second set is 1.5 inch increments. So again, you could use these together because then you've got 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah, because I was saying to you before we came on air, I was like, because obviously I was starting, I was thinking, oh, I want to produce some sort of like templates so that, you know, like me, rather than having to get, because I find sometimes the big rulers sometimes a bit daunting because you're having to check your measurements 3 or 4 times. But when you've got just a designated template, you know that's a 4 inch by 4 inch square.
Yeah.
You're just drawing around it, then cutting out, say if you're doing a lot of layers.
Yeah.
Whereas the rulers, I tend to make a mistake because I'm thinking maybe I've done a 4 inch, but I haven't. I've done 3.5.
Yeah.
And then you cut it, and then you
A
waste some
template's a
fabric.
template, isn't it?
Yeah. So I find it. But I was saying to you that I was googling, you know, squares for quilting. What can you do? And then 10 million trillion. You know, pictures and videos and everything came up. Basically, I think square is the most useful because you create triangles out of them and all sorts.
Yeah, they are certainly incredibly useful. Your inch squares, of course, are going to be particularly useful if you're making half square triangles and you like to round up to the full inch, cut your squares, sew your triangles, and then trim them down. There's the inch. $16.99. Lots of you getting both. I think that's a smart thing to do because then you can do them together. You can intermingle, mix and match. Now, I just want to remind you where we started, which was a pack of 5 meters of vintage fabric. You get 5 individual 1 meter pieces of vintage fabric. They are all vintage, 90 centimeters wide by 1 meter in length. They will vary in style. You also get the vintage head bow pattern as well. There's more in baskets than we have left. Less than 1/4 of our original stock remaining, but it's like twice as many of you with it in your baskets. Now, a couple of people asking, can we get the headband pattern on their own? I know Punham asked the question early on, and yes, we can. Yes, we can. Here it is. It's $7.99. That's a great price.
Yeah, I always try, because obviously the ethos of House of Alistair, especially with our fabrics, we always bring fantastic quality fabrics, but we sell them at affordable prices.
Yeah.
When I was a fashion student, I wasn't the student that could go out and buy silk. So all of mine was, in those days, were maybe acetates or different variants. As long as it looked like my drawings and the concept and it flowed. Nowadays, we don't really use, apart from bridal wear, we don't really use silk as a fabric so much because of the high-tech polyesters that we have. You wouldn't be, it's in some instances, touch and feel and look, you would be hard-pushed to figure out which is which.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. You can use all sorts of fabrics. What about lawn? What about Liberty, quilt weight cotton, all sorts of things you could use. Could you use a jersey?
Yes, of course you can. You can use that as jersey. I would suggest, for instance, if you were going to use, if you were wanting a stretch fusing, just to give you a little bit of extra thing, I would use the Visaline G, I think it's G770, I believe.
Just to stabilise it a little bit.
But I can hear Kim Solomon shouting at the television right this minute from her bed. Where
I know. Kim's got an encyclopedic knowledge of these products.
I think it's G770. In fact, actually, I think it's definitely right, because that is the stretch one, because we've got that in the studio at House of Alistair.
Right, next fabric. So this is a 100% cotton poplin. This is regular width, 44-inch wide fabric, and this is absolutely buttery soft and delicious.
It is lovely. Think about, you know, little girls' dresses. It doesn't have to be for a wedding. It can just be just a summer party
just a
outfit.
Beautiful, yeah.
You know,
or a shirt, man's shirt. I would wear a shirt in this.
Yeah, I also think as well, you've got Father's Day coming up as well. If you're going to make, say, for instance, a really lovely tie, I actually find that sometimes a cotton tie actually is quite a tactile piece rather than having silk. Silk actually can feel quite choking sometimes, but in actual fact, a cotton tie is actually soft around the neck.
I suppose it all depends what you want to use it for.
Yeah, you can make pocket squares out of
yeah,
this.
Definitely.
Hankies.
Bow ties.
Exactly.
I love a bow tie.
Loads and loads of stuff.
Gorgeous, love that. Next up.
So there was a pink version of it, just to tell you that these are the last bits and pieces.
Yeah.
There was a pink version of this, but on the live show that I did with John, it sold out.
Got you.
So these are, you will see there's a lot of variants missing from when we launched, just because we don't have any left.
These next few are my personal favourites. These are absolutely beautiful. And now these I would definitely use in quilt making. You can use cotton poplin in your quilt making. You can mix it with your cotton solids, your regular cotton fabrics. For the front, this is absolutely beautiful, Alistair.
Yeah, so we've got this in 4 colours. This is called Lupin. So the one that we're showing you live on camera at the moment, this is the red version. The one that Stuart's holding up next is going to be the green.
I love that.
But they're really, really tactile. If you wanted a Liberty-esque print, then this is very Liberty-esque.
Yes, without paying Liberty-esque prices.
Well, it's now, Tana Lawn now is over £30 a metre in the store now.
Eye-watering.
It's a lot
lovely,
of money.
but it's a lot.
It is.
This is £9.99 for a metre. Remember, House of Alistair sell their fabrics in 1 metre increments. You can multi-buy this. If you buy 3 units, you will get 3 metres in 1 continuous piece. That's that one. Okay, I've got this in green.
Yeah.
This is my personal favourite.
This
now,
is
I
a
would
really
totally rock a shirt made in this. Just saying. This is super limited. I've only got 13 metres of this one left. Isn't it gorgeous? The colour is fabulous.
Again, this will suit all skin tones as well.
Sure.
But especially if you've got auburn hair, this will really set it off. Also, I would mix rust colours in with this and really sort of make it pop.
So like a bit of fake tan.
Well, it's their own.
Rust colour. That's me.
Bit of
Beautiful.
Saint-Tropez.
Bit of Saint-Tropez. Oh.
When you can't go there, get it out of the bottle.
Beautiful. Right, that's that one.
That's
blue, of course. Of course.
So you've got this other... So this is a great example when you actually see the same print, but when it's done in a different colourway, it looks like a completely different print.
Yeah.
And
so gorgeous. Looks so much more than our picture on the web. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, makeup bags, makeup brush rolls, beautiful kind of luggage. Gorgeous. What about mixing this with denim?
It would be fantastic. And in fact, if you were to... So, actually, you've just triggered my... So, in the next hour, but you've got to be quick because the meterage that we have for it is very, very limited. That Milliner's denim that we have,
so
which
beautiful.
is like butter liquid. I like to team I like to team florals up as accents with the denim, just
So I was
little
thinking
pieces.
denim jacket or denim dungarees lined with one of these prints would be absolutely gorgeous. Look at this colour. This is sort of vintage. Oh, just delish.
Yeah, really, really lovely. And again, all of them mixed in together, like when I've done the, where's it going? Is it underneath?
Right
There.
after.
So literally, this, you would never think really of putting these all together, but in actual fact, they flow and they work really, really well. And this is just a small selection of these poplins all stitched together.
Yeah, have a look on the website. Just that none of the pictures ever do the actual fabrics justice, but have a leap of faith. Try these. They are absolutely beautiful. Steph's messaged in to say, morning, boys. Morning. Just wanted to show you the Prairie braid wooden templates. They are back in stock. You get 3 rectangles, 3 squares. You get them all, so 6 different templates. They will make the Prairie braid. Over half the stock's gone when everyone's checked out their baskets. Do check out your baskets because this was a previous sellout. They were supposed to be at 10 o'clock, but you were so busy buying them, we thought we would get them on early. Also, before we go, I want to remind you of the pack of 5 different patterns. Sort of a pamper bundle, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. I mean, we've sort of, again, for Mother's Day, just little mindings. Again, these are going to be something that for every single occasion, for Christmas, for birthdays, all sorts of things. This is going to be your, I'm not sure what I need to make. And
there's always something
There's always something. And
so what can we make?
So you can make an eye mask, you have got a shower cap there, you've got the hot water bottle case, you've got the tissue case, and you've got a really lovely hobby bag case.
Yeah, kind of carry all.
Yeah, and the hobby bag case, once you've nailed the pattern and the instructions, because there's a lot of pictures there, once you've done that, just make the rectangle a little bit bigger and you can create different sizes.
Yes, resize it. Amazing value for each of those patterns. $23.97 for all 5. You're saving 40%. Esther, it's been an absolute whirlwind.
I know.
You're coming back for another hour.
I know. The hour just seems to go in a blink of an eye.
It really flies. But anyway, thank you so much for inspiring us thus far. I will see you in an hour.
Yep.
But don't go anywhere because sewing icon Debbie Shaw is with me next with the most amazing, beautiful foundation piecing on fabric. Oh, this is going to be amazing. I'll see you after the break.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack? This is the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29. It's launching on Thursday and we've got an amazing exclusive bundle to share with you. Not only do you get an amazing sewing embroidery machine, you're going to get luggage that will work with this. So if you want to take it to your classes and workshops or you just need somewhere to keep it at home, you're going to get that included. And you're also going to get a thread chest full of Madeira rayon threads that you're going to be able to get creative with the moment it arrives. So please make sure you join us. It's going to be amazing.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Super busy this morning and very excited this hour because I'm joined by the sewing legend, Debbie Shaw. Debbie,
hello.
It's so wonderful to see you. How are you?
I've been a legend and an icon this morning. Thank you very much.
You are, Debbie, you are. And absolutely inspiring every single time you come to Sewing Street. And this is no exception. Now, we are sort of shuffling along the hours a bit, you might have noticed. Everyone's still going to have an hour. It's only me for the last hour. You only need 40 minutes of that. So we're still having a full hour with Debbie. We'll finish at like 1:15 the hour. It's all about bags this hour, Debbie.
Yes.
Close to my heart. And you've done some amazing bags for us today. My goodness me. We're going to start with the Burly. These are all brand new patterns. They're all gorgeous. You will want them all. I guarantee it. We're going to start with the Burly. I'm going to grab the actual bag itself. How beautiful is this? So stylish, so cute. The shape is beautiful. Feminine, smart, that profile, plenty of room in there as well. And I love this smart twist lock. But of course we could put a magnetic snap.
Yep, absolutely.
Or a popper on there if we prefer.
Yeah.
But what a gorgeous bag. And what gorgeous fabric. I've got the fabric, don't worry. I've got the fabric. So here's the pattern. It's called the Burly. It's $9.99. Now, first off, these details are for a physical pattern. Okay? I do have digital available, but if you want a physical pattern with your templates, or your sizes rather, it's all on there. Okay? $9.99. We've also got a digital download version of this. Different number. Okay? Instant purchase, rather than putting into your basket, it will say purchase now, buy now. And if you click on that button, it's an instant purchase and instant download. We were doing instant downloads yesterday and people were literally printing them off during the show and sewing along. So you could be doing that too. This is the Burly bag download. This is the Burly purse. This is the other one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, sorry. So ignore the information about it's £9.99. It is the Burly bag. It is the Burly bag. Yeah, it is the Burly bag. So that's first bag. So this is the physical pattern. £9.99, the Burly bag, physical paper pattern posted out to you. And then the digital version, the title of the bag is wrong, but it's the Burly bag. You'll see it says the Burly bag. The information about it is wrong. Yeah. But you'll get this pattern as a digital download. And remember as well, with our digital downloads, you don't pay any P&P on those. So that's the first option. Now, second option, still in the Burly family. I love a family of bags, Deb. Love a family of bags. We've got the purse and the cosmetic bag. Now, these are absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to make a little space. So first off, look at this fabulous purse. So again, you've got the flap, you've got a twist lock, you could put a popper, you could put a press stud instead. Gorgeous concertina style, lots and lots of different sections there. Just fold that out of the way. Lots of different sections for putting cash, cards, documents. Lovely slimline profile, but super, super useful. So you get the pattern for that, but you also get the pattern for the cosmetic bag as well. Again, just, so stylish. Beautifully quilted as well. These fabrics are gorgeous, aren't they? I'll show you those next. So that's the physical pattern for the Burly. Purse and cosmetic bag, you get both. And then if you want the digital download, we'll give you the details of that. You'll get exactly the same pattern, but it's a digital download, an instant download, so you could be making these this afternoon. Different code though, TKVC42, and it's an instant purchase. Now, let me show you the fabrics. Now, what we've got here is I've got 6 different fabric bundles, and any of them will make any of the patterns, okay? So one bundle, one pattern. Okay, and if the pattern has 2 things like the Burly purse and makeup bag, you can make them both. Here is the beautiful canvas. This is absolutely gorgeous. Stunning. This is your ½ metre. You get a ½ metre. Deb, that is incredible fabric.
It is beautiful, isn't it? It's extra wide as well, so you get plenty of fabric in there.
Could I actually make the Burly, the purse and the cosmetic bag out of ½ metre plus the lining?
No, you'd need another ½ metre.
You'd need the 2 bundles. So as I said, one bundle makes one pattern.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Well worth getting. Loads of you coming in for this. So you get your ½ metre of that, but then you also get your ½ metre of your beautiful red lining. Do just need to say that the photo on the website makes the print look really small. This is a gorgeous large-scale print, which really does give you a lot of impact on your bag. Now, need to tell you that there's over 30 of you with this bundle in your baskets. However, if you're making the Burly and the Burly purse and the Burly cosmetic bag, you will need 2 bundles to make all 3 bags. Now, you could all have 2 bundles. I wouldn't know. That would be all our stock gone. That would be all our stock gone. So you do need to check out your baskets, please. It is a fabulous bundle. Absolutely beautiful. So many gorgeous colours in there. Keep going through for that, won't you? Keep going through. Such a popular bundle. I'm just going to recap the Burly bag. So here's the Burly. Love the strap as well.
And of course, you can make that as long or as short as you wanted to. You could put an adjuster or a slider on it, you know. But I've given you the basic, basically. Any of the projects, you can adapt them, put more pockets on them if you wish. But that one, it was purely designed around that clasp.
Really?
I was given the clasp and I thought, that's beautiful. I really want to showcase it. I really want it to stand out. But it's a nice size of handbag. You know, if you are a lady who lunches,
which
or
I
you're going
am.
out in if you're going out in an evening or something, it's yes, I think it's just a really classy bag. It's almost like a Kelly bag shape, isn't it? Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. It's just gorgeous. And what sort of level of bag maker would I need to be?
I think you need to be able to use a sewing machine.
And that's about it.
And that's
I
about
love
it.
that, Debbie. Love that definition. Great. Perfect.
Oh, and if you want to sell, do you imagine that on a stand on a craft store?
Oh, I imagine I'd be very busy.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
gorgeous. And actually as well, lovely clean lines, a very classic shape. This has got very wide appeal.
Yes, I think so. And it's, you know, it's a good size. You can fit your purse and your makeup bag in there if you're going to make all of them. There's enough room to put your phone or whatever it is you take with you every day.
It's classy enough to take to a wedding.
Oh, yeah.
Or to the races.
And, of course, you've got your instructions. Make it again in denim. It'll look completely different.
Love that. Love
Faux
that.
leather. Faux leather would be lovely.
Faux leather as well.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Why not?
Yeah. Such a versatile bag. Now, while we're here, let's just talk about that gorgeous twist lock in the shape of a bow. I've got 3 different colour options. Now, Deb's used the gold, so I'll show you that one first. These twist locks are so smart and they're really easy to fit. Really easy to fit. All you need is a little screwdriver. I've got a set that I kept out of a cracker. Seriously, they are.
It helps if you've got a magnetic screwdriver, to be
honest.
honest.
All right, the top tip I was given was, if you can't pick up the screw, twist it the wrong way first.
Really?
And it will instantly go into the slot. And it works, and then you try twisting the right way and just screw it in. Brilliant.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely brilliant. But they are super. $5.79, and it adds such a touch of class to your bag. It inspired the whole bag. Just leaving instruction graphics up on the screen. That's for the Burly. That's the main bag. We've also got that same bow twist lock in silver colour. Always popular. Always popular. It kind of reflects the colours it's next to, doesn't it?
Yeah, it goes with anything, doesn't it? Yep.
Very nice. Yep, silver always sells that first. Although my own personal favourite in this one is the gunmetal.
Yeah, I wasn't sent a sample of that.
It's unusual.
Yeah, I love this one.
It's just a bit different.
Yeah.
That's the gunmetal. And that one, I think, with velvet.
Oh, yes.
Imagine making the Burly in velvet. Or a bit of Tula.
Oh, imagine, I know you haven't come to them yet, but the pencil case as a
Yes.
clutch bag in velvet with that bow on the front.
I'm thinking there's a whole new look. This is coming up next. Ah, love it. Love it. Right, we are going to look at these 2 projects next. Now, this, Debbie, you're saying is a pencil case. You've got a lot of pencils.
I know.
This is your whole art materials.
Absolutely. I made the book cover first, and I thought we'll have a pencil case to go with the book cover, so we're covered with our stationery requisites.
I get it, but it's so much more versatile than that. I would use this for things like knitting needles and wool for my sock knitting.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just going to say, you can buy the pattern, the physical pattern, for this bag on its own for $9.99. Don't.
Yeah, don't
Hold
hear
off.
that on shopping telly very often, do you? Don't buy it.
Don't buy that. Don't buy it. Not yet. Not yet. Hear me out. Hear me out. Right, because this is gorgeous. We'll have a proper look in a second, but I want to explain what I'm going on about. Right, we've also got this fabulous stationery folder. Now, check this out. You've got the beautiful twist lock on the front, okay, that lets me in. Look at this. We've got space for all our pens and pencils. We've got space for an A4 file. Okay, this is inside. I'm going to close it back up again and then show you the back of the bag, because on the back there's a party going on. We've got a zippered, all this space in here now too. Now this pattern, physical pattern, again, $9.99. but don't buy it yet.
I'm on the bus on the way home, aren't I? On a Ford petrol.
Now, we also have digital patterns for either of these. So if you want digital pattern, $9.99. Fabulous. Yep, great. Go ahead. Go ahead. And digital stationery folder pattern, auto download. However, Debbie, you've done a wonderful thing for us with our physical patterns only. You can get both physical patterns and you're going to make a saving. This is why I asked you to hold off. Because if you buy this bundle, now I don't mean two separate and then money comes off at the checkout. You have to buy this bundle, XM6674. You will not pay $19.98. That is the combined value of two, but you're saving £4. You're going to pay $15.98. Now, order the way you want to order now. Obviously, if you want to just get the stationery folder, $9.99 is a physical pattern, go for it. But I wanted to let you know about the combined pattern price. Physical only. If you're buying the downloads, then they're $9.99 each. There's no bundle. There isn't a saving for that because you are already saving the price of your postage. But if you buy the physical pattern bundle for both, you save £4. And it's going wild. Let me just say.
I wasn't expecting that.
It's chauffeur-driven home. It's not the bus.
I asked if we could do a deal. I wasn't expecting a deal as good as that.
It's a great deal. It's a great deal. And also as well, what beautiful projects. They really are. I mean, there's, again, I'd be inclined to put a couple of little dainty D-rings and a nice shoulder strap.
A chain would be nice.
A chain would be gorgeous. A chain would be gorgeous. You've got this beautiful flap. Again, if you do machine embroidery, what about machine embroidery on that flap before you make it up? Beautiful. It's just a gorgeous, slim clutch bag, evening bag, or pencil case, Debbie, if you've got a lot of pencils. But also, this stationery folder is just excellent.
Can I point out what I did with the birds on the flap? Because I'm so proud of that.
Yes, please. Are they having a little kiss?
Yeah.
Look, can you see? They're having a little kissing birds. All right. Oh. It's so stylish, though. It's such a stylish make. I think it's fabulous. College. Again, you could do this in faux leather.
Yeah, that's
take it to your very swanky office.
Yep. And you need the folder in there because it'll be quite floppy. If not, it wouldn't keep its shape. But I was showing this on my Facebook Live the other day, and somebody said, "Oh, you could put maybe it was my quilting book, my latest one. Would that fit in there?" And it fits perfectly. So if you've got an A4 kind of book, slip the back cover into the sleeve, and then you can keep all of your bits of, your fabric and your patchwork and sewing bits.
Of course.
Inside.
Of course. Did you see as well? Look, there's a pocket inside here as well. Okay, as well as your pens, there's a pocket inside there. Just brill. Now, of course, that fabric bundle is wonderful, and I've got it available. But also, can I just say, this fabric for the Burly...
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Of course. Of course. This is beautiful fabric. I need a great big old chunk of this. Look at that.
I think it's really classy. I love the colours. You can have expensive-looking colours.
Yeah, you can.
And this is it to me. Whatever you're making out of it, it's going to look expensive.
Really classy.
Yeah.
Really classy. You get half a metre of that. It is extra wide. I'll show you what you get in half a metre in just a second. You're also getting your 100% cotton navy lining fabric. This is a cotton mix. It's got a gorgeous kind of slub to it, so it's 80 cotton, 20 polyester, but it's got that texture, and you are getting a lot of fabric there.
I didn't realise it's got polyester in it. Yeah. It feels as much 100% cotton as the other fabric.
Well, I thought it was
really
cotton and linen mix, personally.
Yeah,
I thought there was linen in, but it's cotton poly. What you get in that polyester is extra hard-wearing fabric.
Yeah.
And bags are sort of high-traffic things, aren't
Yeah.
they? You know?
And less creasing.
Pardon me?
Less creasing.
Well, for sure.
poly.
Yeah, yes. Yes, an absolutely, you know, essential for a bag. Keep it looking smart.
I'm saying a bit of poly as I'm looking at a parrot on there. I like a bit
Love
of poly.
That is a gorgeous fabric. Over 50 of you with this in your basket. Now, just remember, if you want to make both of these projects, you do need 2 bundles.
Yes.
You do need 2 bundles. So if you're buying the bundle of patterns, go for the bundle, 2 bundles of fabric as well. But also, wouldn't this be a fabulous fabric to make the Burly set out of?
Yeah.
Absolutely delicious. I would just say as well, sorry to detract from your bags, Debbie, but I'm sure you'll understand. If you wanted to make some gorgeous cushions out of this for your sitting room with covered piping cord or a lampshade cover, it is also just a very, very well-priced bundle. And we deliberately didn't bundle fabric with pattern because you can mix and match any of these patterns with any of the bundles. And or just buy the bundle because it's gorgeous. Now, Debbie, you have used the bird clasp with this.
Bird fabric, bird
3
clasp. I thought they just went really well together.
Beautiful. Right, we're going to start off with the shiny gold. That's... Now, that isn't the one that Debbie used. I'm going to grab that just so you can see, but just so you can see the context. But that's the shiny gold. It is about to sell out. I've only got 20 left. And you're not having to cut out a bird shape, by the way. It's just a rectangle and poke 3 holes. Something like a stiletto is good for that. They're ever so easy to fit. $4.99 for that. Adds such a lot of character too. Brushed gold. The brushed. Exactly the one that Debbie used. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, $4.99. Huge impact for almost no effort. And then the last option, silver. Always the most popular. Oh, it's sold out. Of course it has. There we are. I'll give over. Well done if you've already got your Burly pattern, if you've got your fabulous stationery folder, your pencil case, amazing. Right, now, H640. This is a special bundle. This is $9.99, and what you get is 1 full metre by 90 centimetres. So H640 comes 90 centimetres wide, and you get a full metre of it. Now, Debbie, you were saying this is enough to make 2 projects.
Yes, yes.
So if you've gone for Burly, you can do all 3 things, the Burly bag, the cosmetic bag and the purse. If you're going for the stationery and the pencil case, you can make both of those projects with 1 pack. Now, this is the best way to buy your H640 as well. We do sell it by the half metre, but that's $5.99 for a half metre, which would make $11.98 for a metre. This is $9.99, but it's 1 cut piece. It's 1 cut piece. So if you multi-buy, you'll get separate bundles.
That is such a good price.
Pardon me?
That is such a good price.
It's a really good price, isn't it? I know. It's not even like 50p off, which would be lovely.
Yeah.
It would be $11.98 and it's just 9. You're saving that £2 almost, aren't you? $1.99. Well worth doing. Again, or just stock up because we've got H640 at $9.99 for a metre. It's like an early bird price. Right, I've waffled on enough, Deb. Thank you for your patience.
I was going to show you on the pencil case.
Yes.
Pencil case. There's a placket pocket on the inside of that, so it's just something a little bit different. Thank you.
Actually, can I come in?
It can be over.
Can I? May I?
Yeah. So it's quite a nice looking pocket. I know I put a flap over the top because I wanted it to be something really secure, but that on the outside of a bag I think just looks really classy.
It's gorgeous.
And
Is that a jetted pocket?
That's it, yes, yes. So again, and it's a very easy way of doing this. But
And
it's
no
just,
zip involved.
No zip on that one at all. So just really quickly, this isn't cut to size or anything, so I'm just showing you the technique. You'll have your lining fabric and your outer fabric right sides together, And then we're going to draw a box, which is 1/2 inch wide. So very much like if you have one of my, or if you've ever done one of my letterbox zips, it's the same kind of thing. So we'll do that in the centre. That's 9.5, so that's the centre there. And let's just draw a box around the edge there. We'll do it 7 inches. Not too close to the top because we are going to sew the pocket together here. So let's flip that over. I think I need more ink in my pen.
I need more oil in my lamp. But I'm afraid it's running out fast.
Okay, and then we'll have a line down the centre as well. So let's pop a couple of pins in there, just to hold it while we sew. And then we're going to sew all the way around the edge of the box.
I love the way that you design and make things. You design for busy sewers, for people with lives who have got lots of creative juices, lots of ideas, but also time poor, maybe.
Yes. And
practical, easy to make.
I like projects that look as though they've taken me ages and they're really complicated, that would impress people.
Right.
And the thing that I love about, particularly with, I make so many bags, I've got hundreds of them,
Yeah.
is figuring things out.
Yeah.
And I enjoy the maths of the sewing more than I do the actual
Really?
sewing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Most people hate the working out. And I always say the good thing is the designer's done that hard work for you. You just follow the instructions, you'll get a great bag.
And so things don't go right all the time. I tend to be a little bit impatient. I don't do bag toiles.
Oh, no, me.
Or go for it. So sometimes there is a little bit of a wastage of fabric.
It's never wasted, though, is it? Because you learn something from it.
That's the thing. That so often, and I think I said before, the second time you make something, if you make a mess of the first one, you think, oh, I've got to do it all over again. The second one's normally better.
Yeah.
You're normally more pleased the second time around. And you have learnt something from that, so you don't do it again. Many, many moons ago, I think it was about 1830 when I learnt to drive. You know, when they used to walk in front of you with a flag.
That was the horn, by the way.
But when my driving instructor said, OK, we're coming to a stop, put your foot on the clutch. I said, why? Why put my foot on the clutch? And he says, OK, well, don't, see what happens. So I kangarooed down coal lane somewhat. But
people standing by were like, oh, there's one of them newfangled automobiles.
Boy.
A horseless cart.
But it taught me.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
And it's something, you know... When
quite a
things go
dramatic
wrong,
way of
you
learning
learn.
to drive, to be fair, Debbie.
I still drive like that today.
What time will you be on the road later? 12 o'clock.
That's so you can avoid me.
That bundle, by the way, that fabric bundle has sold out. Well done if you got it. That's the gorgeous red with the floral. We do have a little bit of the blue left, those gorgeous parrots.
Oh, that's lovely. That's such lovely fabric.
Yeah.
Right, I did start off with a star stitch because I was on the wrong stitch, but, you know, learning curve, isn't it? Shall I do it
Yeah.
again? So let's cut...
Oh, how many times have you said
centre.
that, Debbie?
OK, so we're going to cut right down the middle of the rectangle and into the corners as close as you can, but without going through the stitches.
Sure.
And same on that end. And into there and there. Then you'll need the iron. And we're going to post the lining through the letterbox.
Got you. Lots of lovely messages for you. Jan says, good morning, Debbie. I'm still trying to decide what fabric to use for the template storage pack. I think go for any of these bundles.
Oh, for the template stuff. Oh, that would be. I think you've still got the pattern for this on the website.
Have you got one?
It's that.
Oh, yeah.
Or go for the bird one. That would look lovely in the bird fabric.
Yeah, it would. I've got some more bundles actually to show you. Sue says, gosh, Debbie, you had a weak moment. That's a bit of a bargain. Getting those 2 pattern bundles together is a real bargain. Peter from Greater London says, this is fabulous, I love it. Morning, Stuart and Debbie. I've already printed out the Burly bag pattern. Great designs. That's Peter in Putney. That's digital download for you.
Oh, and you don't need a printer.
No.
No, because it's instructions, there's no actual pattern. So if you don't have a printer and you want to get going straight away, then still go for it.
Brilliant, brilliant. Peter, we will be expecting pictures of your Burly bag.
By the end of the day.
You said that. That's brilliant, though, isn't it? That's modern technology for you.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Instant.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's like communication. You can talk to people instantly around the world. And when I was younger, I had an aunt and uncle in New Zealand, and we'd save up for the phone call on Christmas Day because it was so expensive.
Yeah.
Or you'd write letters to people. Remember writing letters?
I do, on airmail paper, which was like tissue.
Yes.
And you would do the tiniest writing you could to get as much into the letter.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, I do remember doing that. I do.
Do you remember when I first started in shopping telly, which is about 25 years ago now, we used to get faxes into the studio.
Faxes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, got a fax for you.
Oh, really? Not the ticker tape machine.
Oh no, what was that called?
I don't know. Or or do you remember pagers?
Yes.
I remember going out with somebody who had a pager, and I thought they were so important. They had this pager strapped to their belt, you know. It's like...
Right, shall I show you what I'm doing?
Yes, please.
So I've posted the fabric through the owl, and if it's the same when you put a zip in. If you're going to get any that wasn't very good grammar, was it? If you're going to do this,
thank you, Debbie.
it might pucker on the lining side. I don't know how that works because it doesn't pucker on the outside.
Looks
but if you get a bit
beautiful.
of pucker in, it's normally on the inside.
I can't look at you now, Debbie.
Then, to create the kind of the little cover, we're going to fold this fabric over. So pinch it and fold it till it sits just a tiny bit below the top of the opening. And then iron it. And again, I'm not worried about that creasing because it's on the inside, no one's going to see it.
Sure.
And let's just pop a pin in there. And before we sew anything, we're going to flip it over and just make sure that that looks nice from the front as well.
And that's how easy it is.
Yeah,
that is
really
so
simple.
clever.
And then I shan't do it because that's the bit I wanted to show you. But now we sew around the edge of the box. And when we've done that, you're going to take the back of the pocket. You're obviously going to cut yours straight and sew this to the front of the pocket, but not sew through the fabric. So fold that out of the way and sew around those 3 edges. And then you've got that gorgeous, classy pocket on the front, and it'll be fully lined on the inside.
So clever, and it's got that sort of almost like a protective flap over it, but easier access than a zip.
Yes.
Very smart, very clever. Of course, if you did want to put a zipped pocket in there, you could just sew a zip. Now, I do have some packs of zips from Debbie. We've got 12-inch zips and 18-inch zips. Let's do 12
never
inch.
have too many zips.
Oh, totally agree.
And I think it's so nice to have, I don't like the word stash, a collection. It's so nice to have a collection of zips in lots of different colours because then you've got something that contrasts, you've got something that will match. You're not making do with what you've got.
Absolutely.
And I like a long zip, so I'm a little bit of a zip fan.
Yeah.
A long nylon zip because you can cut them down.
Exactly.
So if you need a 6-inch zip and you buy a 6-inch zip, that's all you can do with it.
Right.
But if you've got a 12-inch zip, you can have a 12, 10, 11.
Yeah.
I can't count backwards today. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, you can cut it down to the size that you need.
Now, what size do I need for the top of the bag, please? Deb?
You will need bigger than, I think, oh gosh, was it 16 inches?
16,
I can't remember. But you'll need a longer one than 12 inches.
Okay. Well, we've got 12-inch. I mean, what you've got here is a pack of 10 zips. Colours will vary, but amazing value. You're paying £1 a zip. Fantastic value.
They will all be different.
Yeah.
So every zip's a different colour.
Yep.
Just mix and match. Mix up the colours a little bit.
Perfect. I do love a bit of mix and match colour-wise. We've also got 18-inch zips. Again, as Debbie said, if you've got longer than you need, you've always got the right size.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And longer's good if you're putting a zip into the top of a bag maybe, or even into a cushion cover, because if it's too long, then you can move those metal stoppers out of the way and you're not worried about hitting it with your sewing machine needle. So that's another reason
Just
I like
easier
long
to
zip.
put in.
Yeah.
Now, you may well have noticed on Debbie's projects that the closure or the flap, same on the Burly, has a gorgeous, elegant, rounded corner. Now, you've got a set of circle templates that you use to do that with, and we have them on the hour. These are nesting circle templates. Now, these look white because they've got a protective paper on them. You peel that off and then they're completely clear. So again, they're also really useful if you want to fussy cut a circle, because you've got that window you can see straight through. What different sizes do we get, Debbie?
You will have 1 inch, 3 inch, 5 inch and 7 inch.
Yep.
But you're also going to get a 1/4 inch seam guide as well.
Oh, I wondered if it was that.
Yes, so you can enlarge any one of those by 1/2 inch by using a 1/4 inch, or you can use the smallest circle, which is the 1 inch, and run that around the edge of the large one, and then you get an 8 inch circle.
That's so
it
clever.
makes them really versatile.
That's really versatile.
I would suggest with the tiny one, the 1/4 inch one, maybe just take the protective film off one side and leave it white, because if you drop that on the floor, you're never going to find it again.
Ask me how I know. Am I right? Yeah, brilliant. What amazing value. $12.99. You've got your 1/4 inch seam guide. You've got your nesting circles. Just excellent. And as well, a great kind of window, a great way of centering things.
Do you want me to show you?
Pardon me?
Do you want me to show you?
Oh, that'd be amazing. Yes, please.
Because I did use a 5 inch circle to round off the flaps for those as well. So it's not just about drawing complete circles. You can use them for creating curves as well. They've also got on them quarter marks. So if you wanted to line the edge up with your fabric, if you wanted a 1/4 circle, then you can just draw around that like that. For the smaller sizes, if you are doing a complete circle, like the 3 inch there, that's the 3 inch template you can draw around the outside. It's much easier to draw around the inside of something than it is to draw around the outside. So use that. And again, you can, as you said, fussy cut with these. But if you wanted to add a 1/4 inch, and you can use these on any of your templates, then you just put your pen in the middle and run it around the edge, and you've added, well, in effect, 1/2 inch to the size of the circle. Put it on the inside, and you've got a teeny tiny little 1/2 inch circle. And if you use this centrepiece, which I know is right in front of me somewhere because I've just had it.
Oh, Debbie.
I told you, don't take the...
Should have left the protective film on.
I know. What have I done with that?
Did you want the very centre one?
Taken it out. Yeah. Did you do that? It's normally scissors. I never move from a sewing table, but scissors disappear. Anyway, if you use the centrepiece, then you can add 1 inch to the outside as well.
I probably stole it, Debbie. Blame me. Blame me.
Oh, Stuart, what are you doing with this circle?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Walking off with things that aren't mine.
You get the idea.
Steph has a good question for you, actually. She says, Debbie, do you have any tips for long straps, please? She has trouble with kind of stability. She admits she did cut out one wrong, I suspect on the bias, and it was very stretchy and wobbly. But just generally speaking, any tips for bag handles?
If you wanted to make them a little bit more sturdy, then maybe use some H640 down the centre of it. Interfacing can help stop it twisting. If you're using H640, I'd put a 1 inch strip down. My bag handles normally finish at 1 inch because most bag hardware is 1 inch wide. So I'll cut a 4 inch strip of fabric, fold it to the centre, fold in half like binding, and then sew down each side. So if you're going to put any kind of thicker interfacing on there, even something like a bosal or a foam, 1 strip straight down the centre. I also find if you sew from the same direction, if you're top stitching, that can help to stop it twisting.
That's great.
Otherwise, if it does twist a little bit, best press hot iron and steam it back into shape again.
Show it who's boss.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Take control.
Yeah. Great. Now, would you show us something of the Burly, please?
Yes.
I'm going to remind you of the Burly. So, 2 different patterns. We're going to start with the Burly bag. So this is a standalone bag pattern, full instructions, physical pattern this time, $9.99. Full instructions, a very smart, sleek, gorgeous profile to this bag. If you prefer a digital download, go for this product number. And then you could be, like Peter, printing off your pattern and sewing this afternoon. That's the Burly bag. Now, we've also got the cosmetic bag and purse in the same family. Although, I'm just going to say, if you made them in the same fabric, these would go beautifully with the... Oh, you've got it there. With the... Oops, thank you. With the pencil case. You know, mix and match however you like. But yeah, you get the pattern for the purse. Love a purse. Do I need anything fancy to go inside?
H640.
H640, great. Great. Super. Easy to sew. Loads of different compartments. You also get your cosmetic bag as well. Giving you details for the physical pattern. Now we're going to give you details for the digital download, TKVC42, and that will get you the instant purchase, instant download.
I like a download.
Pardon me?
I really like a download, and not just because you get it instantly. And with these, as I said before, you don't need a printer. It's also better for the environment because you're not fueling a diesel van to deliver it to you.
Yeah, no delivery. Yeah, exactly. Lots going for it. We have got some more fabric bundles, and we'll show you this one. Ooh, now this... Ah.
Are you having a moment, Stuart?
Well, I just think it's fantastic. I love that. Look, it's like old, travel adverts, old posters. Yeah. Santorini, Morocco, the Amalfi Coast. Oh. Lovely. Amalfi lemons. Oh, limoncello. Spain, England, which means London, which means London bus. What is that wet stuff coming out of the sky? It's rain. Miami Beach, Havana. Oh, fabulous. Love that. So much fun. You get that, half a metre of that, half a metre of lining fabric. Amazing.
That would be nice for the stationery folder, actually, wouldn't it?
That would work really well, yeah. Could be a planning folder for your holiday. I have just sent off my passport to renew.
Where are you going?
Oh, everywhere. Yeah, everywhere, basically. I want to go to Istanbul because there are meant to be the most amazing galleries and museums in Istanbul.
Really?
Maybe like 3 days and really go hard on the history.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, yeah. And Barcelona, absolutely. And maybe Italy. Just anywhere at the moment, anywhere that isn't England. Just because I haven't been away since before the pandemic. That was the last time. I know. So, yeah.
Did they take your passport off you then?
No. Don't start rumours. Yeah, no, I'm allowed to leave the country.
Is it that
now.
ankle bracelet they won't let
Yeah, that's come off now, Debbie. I'm fine. I can go anywhere. I can go out in the evening now. It's ace. It's ace. Yeah. I didn't realise there were 2 7 o'clocks. Right, okay, demo, please.
Yeah, I thought with the purse, I'd show you how to put that together. This is the one step when I was designing the thing and writing about it. I wrote so many times, that doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. So I thought it might be easier just to show you. So again, I haven't done exact measurements. I haven't put the pocket on the inside or the clasp on this. This is purely to show you how the pocket works. So that's the outer fabric. If you're using a directional fabric, do be aware that this is all going to wrap around. So make sure that the front of the flap is the right way around. Everything else will be upside down, but that's the way that you do it. This is non-directional, so that doesn't really matter. So I'm going to put the front pocket right sides together with the flap section.
Oh, Steph says thanks, by the way, for the tips on straps.
Oh, hope
she
it
makes
helps,
syringe driver bags for charity, and the straps are 55 inches long. Oh, I can see why they're twisty and tricky, but interfacing. Christine also says, morning, gorgeous Debbie Shaw and gorgeous Stuart. Love everything. Everything. I know it's gorgeous morning, isn't it? Waist shaper is also really good for bag handles. Have you ever used that?
No.
Hundfix.
Oh, that's
in
that's
its
a good
original
idea.
German. But yeah, works really well. You can trim it down to, it's just kind of, if you don't like cutting out things, which I don't.
So I've got the front and the back right sides together. And there will be a box. Again, all of your measurements are in the instructions. We'll draw a box in the middle of the lining side there. And we'll sew around the box. So just make sure all the edges are lined up neatly. And let me reverse, there we go. And there you go. So thicker layers of fabric like this, if you have a walking foot on your machine, might be an idea to put it on. It's not necessary, but if you have one, you may as well use it. You might find as well, when you are sewing through lots of layers, that your stitches appear smaller. And I think it's just the layers, and particularly if you're sewing directly on top of something like your H640, I think it's the friction that seems to slow the machine down a little bit, makes your stitches smaller.
So walking foot eliminates that?
Yep, or just, again, make the stitches longer if it turns out like that. Okay. So, right, and then we've got a bit of folding to do. So this is going to form one pocket here. And then we're going to flip this over, fold the flap so that it matches with the fold there, over again, and that's how it's going to fasten. So we need to sew these pieces together. So first of all, I'm going to clip the front pocket out of the way. So a big clip in there. And flip that side out of the way. And we'll sew down the edge here on both sides. So, really close to the edge on this one. And the same on the other side. There you come. Go on, and you go. It's the only time I speak to my machine, I don't know if you talk to your machine, is when it's not performing as expected. And it's like, come on then. Come on then. It shakes.
Yes, Debbie, I do that sometimes.
I don't raise my voice very often, but when I do, you know about it. Okay, so I've sewn those two edges on the main part. And now I need to sew these edges. So this time we'll move the sewn bit out of the way. So clip that back there, and clip that there. And sew down the edges of that pocket.
Okay.
So it is
very
so
clever.
Easy. It's again, start figuring it out. Love figuring it out. I'll quite often see, maybe, you go into a shop and you see a really nice bag, and I'll go home and figure it out.
Of course.
Love it. Because it's going to be so much more affordable than buying. It also means that, you can have a bag to match your outfit.
Exactly, you can make it you. Jane from West Yorkshire's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Debbie. I've just gone wild and ordered all of Debbie's patterns and the fabrics. I can't wait to get started. Love from
well
Jane.
done. Okay, take those out, and then that's done. So on the actual purse, you will have a pocket in the back there as well. But you can see the rectangle in the middle gives you a nice little shape to put things in there. And then, of course, you'd have your clasp or your magnetic snap or however you're going to fasten it.
Super clever. Really, really clever. I love it. $9.99. And remember, you get the pattern for the purse and also the cosmetic bag. Absolutely gorgeous. And you could put these with this pattern, or these with the Burly, or with another bag maybe that you've already made. So useful to have these in your stash. Physical pattern instructions are on screen, $9.99 BAVC48, or you can go all modern and remove those road miles of delivery and get a digital download, and there's also no postage. If it's your only purchase of the day, there's no postage attached. You'll have it instantly. You could be sewing this afternoon. TKVC 42. Brilliant. Now, I've got some more fabric bundles. The floral has sold out. Do we have any of the blue, the parrot print still? There's a few of those available. I'll just grab that one just to remind you, because it is a bit of a favourite. That is absolutely gorgeous. And you're getting 1/2 metre. It's extra wide fabric too. So absolutely loads of that. Plus 1/2 metre of regular quilt weight cotton. Now, way oversubscribed. Over 60 of you with it in your basket. I don't have anything like that amount. Remember, there's no patterns added in with these fabric bundles, so you can mix and match. Maybe you've got another Debbie Shaw pattern that you want to use this for. Maybe you want to make some lovely cushions for your house. Go for it. It's a great buy. It's a great bargain. You get 1/2 metre and 1/2 metre for $9.99. Joy from Cambridge says, "Good morning, Stuart and Debbie. Nice selection of fabrics and patterns." Thank you. You're very welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely gorgeous. You always find such lovely fabrics, Debbie, always. Now, we have got 3 other bundles that I haven't shown you yet. Can we do the really nice big floral? This is really sort of tropical hibiscus. Look.
Oh, I think
That's a bit of
it's
all right.
so lovely when it's grey and miserable and drizzly and foggy and misty outside.
I think that's lovely.
To work with.
Oh, yeah. That's where you were going then.
I wish I was going to where they grow.
Me too.
But it
Now,
can
can you
work,
imagine that combo? That is delicious. $9.99 again. Imagine your beautiful clutch / pencil case, but made in this beautiful, with a sarong, your sunglasses, bit of sun protection.
Oh, I'm there with you.
A virgin mimosa.
Waves crashing on the...
Paint me a picture, Debbie.
Looking at the sunrise.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You know when
The
you step on the
sun
sand
setting.
barefoot and it's too hot to walk on?
I love that. I love that. Right, next bundle. Brand new today. Oh, now this is really different. Gosh, I love that. This is something of the country house.
Yeah, I love this one. If I would have had time to make a 3rd bag, then that's the fabric I would have used for it.
The peacocks, the parasols, parrots, tigers. That's fab. There's your lining. Again, these are all extra wide. 80% cotton, 20% polyester and lining. Brilliant bundle. Again, fabulous value at $9.99. And then the last bundle that we've got, again, has that gorgeous kind of, just elegant and effervescent sort of feel to it. You've got gorgeous florals there. You've got ring-tailed lemurs, parrots, fantasy florals, and then that gorgeous pop of yellow for your lining.
That lends itself, that design, doesn't it, for a bag flap? Right, you need to fussy cut that.
You do.
That would work really well.
do.
Yeah.
Yes, something like that, right there. So you've got the lemurs
Yes.
on the front of the bag. And also, of course, don't forget with Debbie's circle templates, you can create that gorgeous rounded corner on either side to create that beautiful symmetry. Grab those circles while we've got them in stock. They are so useful. Who likes drawing circle? Impossible.
You can't do it.
Possible.
Nobody
No.
can do that.
No. Now, I've also got a very special bundle of 2 patterns. Grab the projects as well. 2 brand new patterns. You get the incredible stationery folder. This, goodness me, you could make this 100 times. It's so giftable. Imagine making it in cork.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Yes.
Lovely.
And I've made it as well so the cover doesn't fit tightly around
Yes.
the book because you're going to fill it with lots of stuff, so there's room to really pad it out. It makes a nice gift. You know, we get, well, I get a lot of questions about, you know, what can I make for a man?
Yeah.
Because you do tend to be very difficult, Stuart.
Tell me about it. I've heard that before. It's true. But that in faux leather,
Yes.
chocolate brown faux leather,
yes.
with something like that, just that smart rectangle. These are on the website, by the way. Just smart red. Perfect. Perfect gift for a man.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yes, please, Debbie. Yes, please. And then you also, there's this fabulous, Debbie's called it a pencil case. It's hugely versatile. You could use this in so many different ways. You've got the jetted pocket. You've got that elegant flap, big zipped interior as well. You can get both patterns with a £4 saving, but only in physical pattern format. If you want to buy digital downloads of these 2 patterns, you can. They're $9.99 each, but there's no saving on buying them in a bundle. You pay $9.99 each. But if you want that £4 saving, go for the physical pattern. There's over 50 of you with that in your basket. I urge you to check out, because these will sell out, and I don't want you to miss out, because there's nothing worse than FOMO. Am I right, Debbie?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's, I mean, if you like it and you can stretch to it, then just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to keep you busy for the foreseeable future. Now, Debbie, you are bringing us something rather gorgeous and wonderful in your next hour as well. Something completely different. Tell me more.
It's foundation fabric piecing, so it's not FPP, it's FFP.
I love that.
You know, foundation paper piecing, if you might have seen it before, you might do it. It gives you a very accurate points.
Very.
And you'll have your paper, and you'll crease it, or you'll mark on the back, and then you'll sew through the paper, and then you'll tear the paper. There's no paper with these.
No paper.
It's a fabric panel. So there's no creasing, there's no tearing. The fabric stays in, the panel stays in the fabric.
So there's no distortion either when you're tearing out,
Yeah.
because you're not tearing out.
And you still get those really accurate points as well.
Brilliant. And I love the stars. There's 4 different stars, 4 brand new, beautiful patchwork blocks, exquisite, the kind of thing that I would never imagine piecing any other way than foundation piecing. And it's an absolutely brilliant concept to piece on fine cotton fabric. Just ticks a lot of boxes. This is going absolutely wild. I would urge you to get this in your basket and check out between now and Debbie's next hour, which will be starting at approximately 11:10. Debbie, it's been an amazing hour. Thank you so much.
That's been loads of fun. Thank you.
Can't wait for the next. See you in an hour.
See you later.
And I'll see you after the break with more House of Alistair and that incredible denim. Did you get yours yet? You've got the break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt. When you hear the term half square triangle or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Alistair is back with me from House of Alistair. Great to have you here today. Lots and lots of messages in about the amount of fabulous education that's being provided by our wonderful guest today. You have a fabulous background in couture and dressmaking, and also now getting into patchwork and quilting.
Yes.
Delighted to hear it. You always bring us something special, something different. And this hour, I'm so excited about this denim because I've never felt anything like this.
Yeah, this is not a chambray. So for everybody at home that doesn't necessarily know what I mean by a chambray, so a chambray is almost like a poplin. So it's a denim version of a very lightweight that you would use for, say, shirting and that type of thing, or a dress. And so it has a real fluidity to it. This is sort of in between. So it's not the heavy sort of like 6 and 8 ounce denims that you would make jeans and jackets out of. It's not a utilitarian fabric. This is a very posh denim.
This is posh denim. What would you use this for?
So I would use this for a multitude of lots of different things.
Could I make jeans or a jacket from it?
Yeah, you can.
Dungarees would be lovely.
Yeah, it's all about the flow and the fit, and also if you wanted to bag make with this, if you use the correct stabilising, so there's a bit of a myth with So stabilizers aren't around just to make things stiff and hard.
Right.
That's what everyone thinks. They think that, oh, I need to, if I'm bag making, I need to put something really,
Like
really
a
stiff.
collar or a cuff.
Yeah, so for instance, even in things like chiffons and georgettes and things like that, we will use an interfacing. I use floating ones, which is just a complementary fabric. So I'd either use a very thin voile or something like that just to give it a bit of stability. What you can do is you can use a temporary adhesive if you wanted the feeling of the fabric sticking. When you launder that, or in time that will come away. Also, you can use a little tip. So if you didn't want to buy those expensive things, so in the industry we actually use cheap hairspray.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
So
to temporarily bond them together?
temporarily bond it. So hairspray, for instance, when it dries on your hair, if you touch your hair, it's not sticky, is it?
No.
No. But if you want a temporary adhesive just for momentary use, that's what we use. It's like one of those old school
Tips here. I love that. I'm thinking of like a pinafore dress in this would be amazing. I want to get onto the price because at the moment it's at £45 a metre.
Yeah, now that's very conservative, that price, because this is actually milled here in the UK. So the most expensive denims are Italian, French and British. The mecca for jeans making is actually in Kentucky in the US of A. And what they actually do, they've got these great big lorries and they take them out to the desert and they put natural biles onto the denim to distress them, and they leave them in the sunlight in the desert.
Really?
And that bleaches them there.
Wow.
Now factories have moved to places like Bangladesh and China and India. But real sort of denim actually used to be more expensive than silk, because denim was a utilitarian fabric, and the reason why we have Levi Stratus, one part the Levi and one part Stratus, one was the rivet maker, one was the actual tailor, and they had separate shops, and they came together and thought, right, okay, rather than the guy or lady come in, well, it would have been guys back then, but come in to get their workwear made from us and then taking it to you to get the rivets. The reason why they put all the rivets on is to those joins and places, it was to strengthen them.
All the reinforcements.
Yeah, so they came together and they produced like a one-stop shop. So that's why we actually have the famous brand Levi's.
But also as well, you know, they're things which are sort of made almost to last forever. So you would expect to pay a premium for something that is going to last, a real classic. You're not paying £45. This is by the metre. Here is your price. It is fabulous. You are going to pay today just $18.99 per metre. That is fab. If you've already checked out your baskets, you will pay $18.99. It is cut to order. This is the width. This is really, really wide, actually.
Yes, this is 150 centimetres wide. Now, apologies, this is the half-metre piece that I had in my bag to make the bag, because I forgot the metre piece. This will be the double that you'll be getting. But once this is gone, I can't get this again. This was an absolute steal and find. And this quality of denim, when you get it home, I think there'll be a lot of people that will have it there on the table and they'll be a bit frightened to actually cut into it.
Yeah, you think you know denim until you feel this or see this. It's amazing. Jane's asked a good question. Would you advise to pre-wash this?
I never pre-wash any of my fabrics. The main shrinkage that you will get with cottons, especially that you will... So, for instance, let's put this analogy. So when you wash your jeans, you put them in the washing machine, and I remember people telling me stories in the 70s they used to
get in the bath
and put them on wet. The reason for it is all jeans and cotton will shrink. They have a memory. And then you realise that your jeans start to get bigger after a few days' worth of wear. That's because you're opening up the weave again and they expand.
That's the only time they feel comfortable.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's the same with wool. So in for tailoring, so for instance, if... it's amazing what you can do with an iron, and it's amazing what goes on behind the scenes that the customer in the front of the shop doesn't see, because with an iron you can shrink, and you can shrink the wool.
Shape, can't you?
Yeah, to make it really. So with these, this is a really, really, really top-notch.
So you wouldn't pre-wash it?
I wouldn't
Would you
pre-wash.
just steam press it?
Literally,
Cut
don't
it?
be too precious with it.
Okay.
And like all of our fabrics, like when we're selling georgettes and chiffons and things like that, they are really, really tough. They used to make parachutes out of silk. So don't be too frightened with it. These are fabrics that are really robust.
Yes,
and don't chuck any of this away either. So, for instance, this is lightweight enough, it's a little bit thicker, but this is lightweight enough that if you were doing English paper piecing, you could mix in with your quilting weight
You
fabrics.
totally could.
It's
You
so
totally
beautiful.
could.
And so
Homewares,
soft.
Cushions. I love the idea of doing a rug or a throw with this, but for dressmaking, it's just sublime. And you could make jackets, you could make dungarees, pinafore dress, jeans, bucket hats. Think about Fiona Hesford's amazing Sew Girl patterns, tunic tops, longer dresses as well, long line jackets. Any of those are going to look amazing. Now remember, that $18.99 is a fraction of the actual and very conservative price of £45 a metre. You're paying an amazing price at $18.99. That is per metre. This is unlike anything you will have felt or seen, trust me. $18.99. Lots of you multi-buying this. Obviously, from a dressmaking perspective, you are going to want at least 2 to 3, 4 metres of this. Also, just remember, when this is gone, it's gone forever.
Yeah, and also, I'm a big believer. So, for instance, sometimes when I design things and fabric comes to my attention that we're making a costume out of or what have you, I actually look at the reverse of the fabric. Sometimes that's more interesting. So sometimes you'll see that this bag's made in this lovely jacquard weave. Yeah. However, I actually like the negative imprint on the back, and sometimes I use them in collaboration together. So this is a great example of using one fabric, but you're actually getting 2 different colour tones out of it. Also, denim is really forgiven. Use the selvage edges as detailing. You can get a lot out of just one fabric rather than having to, place bias binding and things like that.
Well, I love this fray. I love this on the edge, and actually I've incorporated that into projects where I've used that, and it just adds such a gorgeous extra detail. Don't forget as well, if you've got your green machine, rivets are just a natural juxtaposition with denim. Yes, of course, in garment making, but also if you're making bags, even home furnishings, use rivets as a way of getting structure, shape, or just for surface decoration.
Yeah. Now,
Lucy's asked a good question, and I was testing this myself earlier on, Lucy. Does it have any stretch? And not really.
No. So this is a true denim. It doesn't have any lycra base in it. Now, obviously, when you use it on any fabric will become stretchy if you use it on the bias.
Yes.
However, this, as you can see, it has a little bit of give, but it is sturdy.
Yeah.
So you won't have any problems.
To all intents and purposes, no stretch. Do just need to let you know, 1/3 of the stock has gone already, not just in baskets, checked out and gone. And there is loads of this in baskets. This is one opportunity I do not want you to miss, because we've never had this before. We'll probably never have it again. This was a real find. This was a real treasure.
Yeah, no, but I can guarantee we won't have this again, because I've got the only amount of it. So it won't come back again. Also,
imagine embroidering on this.
Well, the thing is, if you've got an old pair of, say, linen trousers at home, and if you just want to freshen them up, what you can do is you can then, because trends change, so for instance you can put a turn up on the bottom, and you can make the turn up in the denim and use that as a trim. You can take the waistband off, you could put another patch pocket on it.
Nice.
So you can really make your clothes go for instance, if I don't know, you've got oatmeal coloured, and for instance you've been to the coffee shop, someone's bumped into you, you've got coffee all the way down, and you've let it dry because you haven't had anywhere to do it, and you've got a stain.
You've just described my weekend.
Yeah, well, you know, you could do a bit of English paper piecing and use a really fun way of actually creating something
Covering
over the
a
patch.
stain.
Exactly.
I like that a
so there's
lot,
lots of different things that you can do if there's home
This
furnishings.
bag would look amazing done in this denim, wouldn't it? The Ursula bag, that would be amazing.
And also, with denim, have a real plate. Now, obviously, I'm going to mention the word bleach. Any reciprocal that you put bleach in, please label it to say bleach.
Right.
So, for instance, if you've got any like spray bottle cleaners and things like that, you can dilute the bleach down. You can spray onto the denim. What that will do is it will create a mist. So it will bleach the indigo out. You can use a fine nozzle. You can write your name on it. You could embellish that with diamantes. You can do all sorts of different things. Bleach is a really fun thing to do with denim.
Yes.
And it just absorbs it. Plus, also, the denim can take the bleach, the corrosiveness, but you can create. You could use dab tools, and you could put spots on here. You could do all sorts of different things.
Denim is one of the... There's a few fabrics which are universal in their use and appeal, aren't they? Denim is one of them. You can literally... I wear it on the farm, mucking out and feeding animals, but equally, I have worn denim to a wedding. You know, you see it on runways, you see it in high-end couture, but equally you wear it when you're cleaning the windows or doing the gardening. It is absolutely brilliant. Talking of gardening, what about something like a gorgeous denim apron, rivets, leather strap, but a real high-end one? This is real high-end luxury denim, isn't it?
This is really,
to
really
let
lovely.
you know, almost 2/3 of the stock has gone. I knew this was going to be popular, but this is flying out at a rate of knots. Don't miss out, will you? Brilliant, thank you. Right, I mentioned the Ursula bag. Please tell me this is named after the witch in
It is.
Little Mermaid. It is fabulous. I love it. I love it. I knew it. I knew it. Love this bag.
It's a really simple but effective, and of course you've got this little ruching detail at the sides. That also acts two things. One, it gives you security when it's over your shoulder or when you're actually holding it, but it just brings the bag together. Essentially, it's a very simple pattern to follow if you're new to bag making, and for instance, you're maybe not up to speed when people like, you know, Lisa Lamb or Debbie use PUs and you don't have all the feet and everything like that, and you wanted something to start your bag making journey off with, then this is something really nice. And again,
love the shape too.
Yeah, it's got a nice little mouth. So, for instance, you can add pockets inside. You can really customise it.
I've just seen the price.
Yeah.
Have you seen the price? I thought this was going to be $9.99, $12.99. It's $7.99 for the pattern. I think that is gorgeous. Loads of you have already gone ahead and checked out your baskets on this. This is gorgeous.
It's lovely, and you need about, I would say, because I've bound mine inside with bias binding, so we've got bias binding on the show. So you can add this as a really nice detail.
This is when a couturier makes a bag. They do a Hong Kong finish. Is that a Hong Kong finish?
Yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous thing. I was just confirming. I didn't want to be a fool. You've got that gorgeous look, bound edges. Very nice. But you could overlock, you could have the lining inside, couldn't you?
Well, the other fun thing, if everyone's bought your, I think you sell the brand Elna here.
We do.
Yes. So, for instance, if you've got your Elna overlockers, or if you've got Brother, whichever brand you've got, the threads that you had on in your early bird, a nice thing to do with those, really randomly mix up the colours. So put them in a bag and just get 4 colours out, or 5, whatever you need, and randomly put them on the overlocker. And what you can do with denim, which works really well, all linens, is use that rainbow-coloured overlocking, and then use that as almost like an alternative trim.
Yeah.
So you can get a lot out of it. It's just how you apply different applications to get the most out of things.
Denim, I do think things like denim, canvas, calico are almost crying out for experimenting with, embellishing, treating a little differently.
Well, calico, for instance, is always seen as like the poor man's fabric, or it's the prototype and fabric, it always gets a bit of a raw end of the but in actual fact, in the industry, we use calico, different weights for bridal wear, so we actually use that to structure the corsetry underneath. So there's a lot of things that we do. Before the invention of, you know, iron-on interfaces and things like that, everything was a floating one. I maintain, I think if you put in especially if you're doing cuffs or collars, if you put in a floating interface in which essentially is just a complementing colour of fabric that you put sandwich in the middle, you won't see
cheap
it.
hairspray. That's my takeaway from today.
Exactly, cheap hairspray. Well, another...
I haven't bought hairspray for about 30 years, Alistair.
Well...
I'll be in the supermarket and they'll be like, is this for someone else?
Well, just Nick Johns, he's always got Elnet in the thing. They always come out and I go...
Elnet.
Exactly. There was a lady I used to serve, Mrs. Ronson, who used to come into one of the very posh stores I used to work in, and she went to her driver. She was always in this beautiful old Rolls Royce, and she used to go to the hairdressers every morning. So she got up, had her breakfast, and she was taken to the hair... That was her first appointment of the day, and she'd come in, and all I could smell was Elnet and some really expensive perfume.
And really crispy hair.
Oh, it was a bouffon.
Yeah,
it was
beautiful.
She was lovely.
Now, the pattern, incredible value. Do you mind just passing it over, please, Alistair? Oh, actually, I've got one here. Sorry, I've got one here. Absolutely brilliant.
So this is what you get inside. So you actually get pictures. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting where they're round the other way. So you get all these pictorial references to help you. So it's a step-by-step guide, and it shows you, and you get your templates for the mouth and for the block bottom
Brilliant.
back.
But also very visual, if you're a visual learner, beautifully explained. This is a nice, easy bag. If you've never made bags before, this is a great one to start on. But also, if you're a seasoned bag maker, this is one of those bags that you're going to make again and again and again. You mentioned earlier on your angel policy. You're happy for people to make and sell.
I'm happy for people to make and sell.
Just not John Lewis.
Yeah. So, for instance, don't put it into a commercial aspect. That's what we say. Right. But if you are wanting to make a load of bags up, then
brilliant.
All for you to do.
I always say up to 300 of any of my patterns is fine. I think any more than that, and it's a factory making them, and we don't want that. Now, you may have noticed rather gorgeous webbings. Lots of you have been shopping ahead. Gorgeous webbings, gorgeous bias bindings. Lots of you have been shopping ahead. We're just going to pick out a few colours. Now, the way to do this, these are all separate. There isn't one drop-down menu for these.
But we are working on that.
We're working on that, just not for today. But if there's a particular colour that you'd like us to specifically name, then we can. They're all available on the website.
Oh, that was going to go so well.
It started well. Well, I'm just going to mention the neutrals first off, because these are the ones that I can't live without. The oatmeal, the charcoal and the silver grey.
Yeah, so this is the latte version. We also have a slightly darker, deeper one, which is actually a mink.
Have we got that today?
We had trouble finding the box, but we've got what we have.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, good.
But it is available. It should be available online. So there's two beige colours. So this is the latte. So this is a slightly lighter one that we've got here, and then there's a mink version which is slightly darker.
So useful. Cut to order as well, and sold by the metre.
Now these are 50% acrylic and 50% cotton.
So hard wearing.
Really hard wearing, but because it's got that cotton in there, it is so super soft to touch. It washes really well.
And I love the matte as well.
Yeah.
It's matte. It's sort of got a lovely classy look to it. My favourite quantity to buy these in, by the way, I tend to buy in 3 metre pieces. And the way I look at it is this. I'm going to use 1.5 metres for a bag with short handles, that kind of just over your shoulder. So I can make 2 of those. Or if I'm going to do a long over the shoulder, then I can do both. So 3 metres is my golden amount.
Yeah. And again, these are all cut to order. So if you ordered 5 metres, you'll get it in a continuous piece.
Great.
So we've got loads of different colours. We have khaki, which is a really popular. Like the Liberty Purple, really, really lovely.
Gorgeous.
We've got the lilac. You've got emerald, you have red in here, you've got candy pink, you've got mustard.
That blue is rather delicious
the royal
as well,
blue is
that's
really
kind
lovely.
of a sailor blue, isn't it?
And we also have a navy as well, and a black.
Could I use these for trims as well on garments? I'm thinking that on dungarees across the bib, and I'm about to make myself some dungarees. This is why I'm obsessed.
Well, the other nice thing about this, we've got Father's Day and those types of things coming up. You could just use a tiny piece like this. There are hardwares out there that just clip onto the bottom. I would say just put some super glue on the edge, maybe stitch it down first, and then you can make key fobs. Yeah. You can make dog leads and dog collars with these. They're great for shopper bags, and also never chuck any of these out. If you wanted, for instance, even what I've done in the past, when I don't actually have napkin rings to match the table decor, I've actually just used some webbing just as a nice little ring, especially if you're doing, say, for instance, like weddings. Sometimes the napkin rings that you would go out and buy, you can pay £3 for one napkin ring.
Such a good idea. I'm throwing a Chinese New Year party, and I was thinking, I've got all the red lanterns all up ready, but I was thinking napkin rings in the gorgeous red, and we'll put the red graphics up for you. £3.30 per metre. This is beautiful quality, and that is what a metre looks like.
Yeah, and these will fit all standard D-rings, which are like 30mm, 28mm. Again, really, really standard. We try and bring you sort of like industry standard widths. So our bias binding, which we're going to talk about next, is literally 25mm or 2.5 centimetres.
Perfect. The bias binding that Alistair mentioned has been flying out. So do have a look on the website. Apologies, they are a little bit scattered about, but find the ones you want and order them by the metre. They should all be in this hour's show now, so pretty easy to find. That is that the khaki?
So that's the khaki. It's a beautiful colour. The khaki
really
always
lovely.
does really, really well. But again, really fun and vibrant colours. They're great for children's belts as well, because sometimes when you have a little one, especially my son, when we had slightly bigger, because you always buy bigger, but actually to find kids' belts is actually really difficult.
Okay.
They're not something that seems to readily exist, or the girls' department always have them, but they're almost like a centimetre wide. They're like tiny. You're like, who is that for?
do you remember snake belts with the metal clip? It was like an S that clipped together.
Oh yes.
The ones I mean.
Yeah. Like the nurses' ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but they used to. They were really popular in the 70s. I'll just say it. You weren't alive then, Alistair.
Well, do you want another fun fact?
Go on.
Right, so haberdashery stores up and down the country, they, for some reason, so when factories would go to them and use them, a haberdashery would always keep several lines of belts.
Okay.
And the reason for that is when they were doing dress productions for ladies' wear, they would either send fabric off to have the belt covered to match the dress, or they would buy a stock belt, because you always sold, for whatever reason it was, you would always sell a dress with a belt.
Yes.
It came as a double. And haberdashery stores, one of their main incomes was selling belts. Nothing else but belts.
Wow, amazing. Amazing, isn't it?
Pre-made belts, so there you go.
Here's the bias binding that we've got. It's been absolutely flying out. Turquoise, most popular colour on pre-order. Interesting. It is gorgeously vibrant. And we haven't got all the webbings out because I had the gorgeous turquoise. There are sort of more or less colours to match. So, for example, you've got your royal blue to match. You've got your green to match. So have a look on the web and match yours up. Tell me about the bias binding.
So the bias binding. So this is what we call centerfold. I'll pull the yellow out because that's maybe easier to see. So what I mean by centerfold is that the seam allowance, if you like, has been folded right to the centre. And what that means is when you're then folding it to bind something, you've got a double layer of fabric right to the centre, which means if you're going to bind, say, a darker fabric but use a lighter binding, you're not going to get so much of an obvious transfer of the fabric you're binding.
You've got two layers, haven't you?
Yeah.
So it's not going to show through.
Yeah.
I don't like the ones where it's just a narrow Hem.
Yeah, the more economical bias bindings, should we call them, or cheaper, they will come with maybe a 3 to 5 mil edge. Those are really difficult to work with because you've not only, so for this, you know that's a centimetre, so you can put that right on the edge of your fabric, and you also can stitch in the ditch there.
Perfect,
so you can go all the way round, and you know when you actually fold it all over, then that's it. Now, another quick tip with your bias bindings, now you need to make sure that your table is clean. So what I like to do, because I'm from an old, sort of like an old school background. So the less time I get up from the machine, the more productive I'm being, so the more cost effective I'm being. It's not so much like that anymore. So when I fold the bias binding, I'm not getting up and ironing it. I'm just using the edge of my table, and there I've crisply folded
what a
that.
great tip.
That's really
tip.
quick.
Just do that again. We've moved the camera slightly back so we can see the edge of the table.
So that's the bias binding there.
Yep.
All I do is I fold it over, and then to crease it, I just rub it over the table and at the edge of the table. And what that does is it creases it nice.
Well, it's like a charm.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
So you don't actually have to get up from your table. Now, it will work if you've got a scalloped edge table. You just need a harder surface to rub it on. But just make sure you've got a clean table and don't use cream when you've just waxed the table, because otherwise it will end up. Now, this is 100% cotton. It's an industry standard, so this is the standard width you get, which is 2.5 centimetres or 25 mils. And we sell hundreds and hundreds of metres of this just because. Now, there's also a thing where embroiderers will actually wind this around their hoops to make the fabric tauter.
Grip, yes.
So if you are starting an embroidery journey, this is a very economical way, because we always try and keep the price down per unit, of winding round your embroidery hoop, because you will need quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, you buy it by the metre, choose your colour and put your quantity in. Denise has sent in a lovely message. She says, Alistair's binding is the best. The quality is outstanding.
Well, thank you, Denise. I'll give you your £50
Also, lots of
later.
other messages that say the same thing. Hi, boys. Alistair's bias binding is fantastic and has a crisp feeling that makes it more controllable. Great. That's Yvonne in Bedfordshire.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Sold by the metre, remember. Great price point. Pick your colour, pick your amount, and check out. They will all be on the live page, all in a line, basically.
Yep.
The royal blue is also proving very popular. We're all into the blues today. Patricia from Worcestershire says, Alistair is full of tips and interesting facts this morning. Loving it. Loving it.
Oh, the other quick thing to mention about the bias binding, we will keep it forever ready on the website. So if you buy canary yellow, which is this colour, and you buy 3 metres of it, but you've made a mistake or you want more, you will get the exact same colour delivered to your door.
Perfect. Details for canary yellow are on screen. That's very spring-like. How much would I need for the Ursula bag if I was going to bind round the top and also my seams inside?
I would get at least minimum, I would say 4 metres minimum, and then that just gives you a bit, because you've also, because I've bound the box bottom, and also the side seams, because they go into the box bottom and then this is folded under, that's at least 50 to 60 centimetres on each seam, if you were doing it that way round.
At 150 a metre, I would get 5 metres.
It's not expensive, but it's extremely good quality, and once you know that this is centrefold bias. But sometimes people show you bias bindings, but they don't show you the underneath. Sure. And when you get it home, it's that tiny thing. And especially when you're doing makes that are really obvious, like a table runner or something like that, you want the security that it's not going to get that bleed.
Often you do want a contrast binding, and then you don't want show through, so you've got to have that double layer. Liz loves your binding too. She says, I have a stash of Alistair's bindings, both cotton and satin. It's excellent. Mo also says, morning, gorgeous. This was the previous hour, but she mentioned Alistair too. She's gorgeous Debbie and handsome. That's me, by the way. Okay. We are well spoilt today with you both, and Alistair too, full of education. We love it.
Well, that's what we like to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's what it's all about.
Now,
you've brought this incredible luxury, very, very, very high-end denim I have got less than 2/3 of my stock left now. No, sorry, less than a third. Less than a third of the stock. I can't do maths today. Over 2/3 of my stock has gone. And this was literally all you had of this fabric you have brought to us. When it's gone, it is gone forever. Tell me about the denim.
So the denim is just, this is in between, so a chambray is like the poplin equivalent, if you like, but it's slightly heavier what a normal poplin would be. This is slightly in between, but this is milled here in the UK. The most expensive denims in the world come from France, Italy, and the UK. This is a utilitarian fabric by nature. It stems, for instance, calico is 100% cotton. So it stems from all that type of family. When this is actually woven, because of the indigo, all denims are set. Now, when I rub my fingers, there isn't any transfer. However, most denims are designed to fade. And it's purposely done.
It's built into the denim.
It's built into the denim. Most denims are pre-shrunk, but as we said, cotton always has we always say they give it an 8 to 10% shrinkage rate. If you wanted to pre-wash it, and that's what you're comfortable with, and that's what you always do, then please do so. Also, another quick tip with if you're wanting to strengthen something, and I mentioned this to Kim because she was, we were talking about stay tape, and I said, oh, you don't need to bother with buying stay tape, because she was asking me about something to do with the dress.
Like a neckline or something like that.
And for instance, sometimes when you're making a jacket and you're using a very heavy fabric, a big tip is you need to put stay tape from here all the way around the collar to finish there, because the weight of the sleeves, it means it goes across your shoulder blade, and that holds the sleeves up. You'll notice sometimes when you're using a heavy fabric and you haven't put anything in there, a wool or any natural fabric will go where the weight is. Gravity is not our friend sometimes, as I know. And literally, you're supporting the weight of the shoulders. So you always put stay tape in there. However, a clever thing that you can actually do, never chuck selvage edges away. Now, this is an industry tip, which I shouldn't really be telling you, but for instance...
But we're glad you are.
When you cut this off, we actually, especially when we're using chiffons and georgettes and things like that, we actually use the selvage edge and we reinforce that in French seams. And that gives it rigidity. But we also use that... In couture, even though everyone thinks it's so expensive, we never waste a single bit of the fabric.
Sure, of course not.
All the selvage edges, even if we're not using it for that particular piece, we will keep, and they're all hung up at the back of the studio, and we'll go and match one to then fit, and we use that as stay tape. A selvage edge is the toughest tape that you will ever get.
It's so stable, isn't it?
It's so stable.
What a great tip.
So your selvage edge on fabric has a purpose, and in couture we use that to insert into seams to give it the extra strength that it needs.
You learnt it here. You learnt it here. Absolutely brilliant. Now we have a different pattern.
Oh, we do have a different
pattern.
pattern.
This, the Einer bag.
The Einer.
The Einer. This is such a lovely shape. I love this. Love as well the letterbox opening. I just think it's very smart. Very smart, and utilises the binding beautifully.
Yeah, no, with this bag, I'll turn it inside out. So I've used a Hasvasta vintage cord. Now, this bag is made in 2 halves and then essentially it's sandwiched together, and then you bind the 2 sections in bias binding first, and then you put it all together. It means you don't have to bag out a lining. So if I pull this through, you can see that the bag is actually stitched with the bias binding, and that's how it's sandwiched together. What that does is that allows you to create this letterbox. It's all hidden within the lining, and because, when I pull it back through, that we've actually bound the whole outer, it means that the letterbox, you don't see any seams, there's no... Because people get a bit weirded out when it comes to letterbox opening. It's like, how do I finish it off?
But also as well, because it's made like that, the lining is tight to the inside rather than being sort of floppy and baggy. I love the darts, the shaping as well. It's a really gorgeous bag. $7.99 for the pattern. Again, your patterns are such good value.
Yeah, we always try. It's all about creativity and keeping things afloat and going. It's not about making, you know, a fast buck and all that type of thing. We're very sensitive about making sure that everything is attainable. And that's
This would
what
be
we do.
such a good bag for things like your knitting, your crochet, your ongoing
Fabulous
projects.
knitting bag.
Really fabulous. Also as well, I have lots of bags of sort of this kind of nature around the house for instant tidy-ups. Because nobody questions a bag propped up against the side of the sofa with stuff in it. There might be all kinds of rubbish inside the bag, but it's just a quick way of tidying. Everyone will question why I've got bags in my house now. I'm giving away my secrets. But they are great for an instant tidy up as well.
But they are, but also this bag as well, because of its nature, you can fold it up, you can stow it away. It's a great holiday bag, it's a great beach bag. If you wanted to, you could take the pattern that you get with this, you could extend it to make it even bigger. You could go very ab-fab with it and create this monster bag on the side, be very Chanel.
Statement piece.
Yes, exactly. But it's a really simple bag to make, and it's made in, essentially, it's made in two halves. The letterbox opening is a little bit more difficult if you're just beginning, but you will get there. And what I'll do, actually, I'll show you how to do a letterbox.
Great, that'd be amazing. Yes, please.
I was going to do something else, but I'll show you how to make the letterbox.
Yeah, that'd be fab.
because
Thank you.
The letterbox is one of those things. And also, a letterbox is essentially a welted pocket. Now, what I mean by a welted pocket, if you ever go, you just need to go and find a blazer that you've got at home or a suit jacket, that type of thing. And you will find that if you popped in the flap that comes out and you popped it inside, you'll see these two almost like little lips. But it's all hidden inside. That's essentially, in fact, I'll show you another tip as well while we're doing this. Right, so
All the tips today.
all the tips. So I am just...
Teresa from Suffolk says, hi, I love House of Alistair fabrics and your knowledge and tips are amazing. Keep bringing your wonderful knowledge and fabric. That's from Teresa.
Oh, thank you,
Lovely
Teresa.
message.
So I'm just going to create... Now, this has got... these measurements mean nothing to everyone and anyone. Now, what I like to do is when I've got it to this point on the lining... Now, you can use... People get a bit snobby about, oh, I have to use a disappearing ink, what have you. If you've got a really lightweight pencil, sometimes I use biro.
Yeah, I use biro sometimes too.
So as long as it's not, you know, like fluorescent, sort of like red or something, or, you know, a colour that you're not going to get out. But a light pencil in time will come off. Now, when I get to that point, I am just going to square off these. There we go. Now, that's going to, this is going to create our letterbox opening. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to take another just piece of fabric. Let's go for some roses. We'll just put some roses on the back now. Just see if that iron's still on. It should be.
It is.
And just give this a little press. Oh, it's gone off.
It'll have gone off, but it'll come back. Well, it's on the lowest setting.
Was it?
Oh, no, wait a minute, sorry. No, there we go.
All right.
It'll just take a
So
moment.
that'll
to
come
warm
up.
up.
Let me see if I can find a flatter piece of fabric. Oh, here we go.
Hot now, Alistair.
Was it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's perfect. So, now, this is not to size, but it will give us... Yeah, that'll give us enough. So what I'm going to do is I am going to place these... Now, this would be right sides and right sides. So I'm just going to get a couple of pins just to keep this in place. Now I'm going to stitch around the letterbox, which just means I'm going to stitch around the perimeter.
On the actual line?
On the actual line. Now, obviously, if you're doing a cuff, then you will do... if you're doing, say, a pocket, it will be much smaller and much narrower. Now, so I'm going to just whiz round here And you can hand crank this so that you get everything point to point. So you will all take your time when you're doing it. I'm just conscious of the time and wanting to show you what I'm doing.
Sure.
Going to hand crank that just to get it on the edge. Right, so if I just finish there. Right, so we cut that off. There we go. Now, when we get to this point, I am going to take my scissors, and what I do is I pinch the fabric like that and I just snip. And
you're going through both fabrics?
I'm going through both fabrics. And then I'm just going to snip into that corner. Careful not to snip through the corner.
And you cut like an X through the centre.
It adds a bit of extra strength. What some patterns tell you to do is they tell you to sort of like trim, you know, draw it and trim it away. What I do with the big long dog ears at this end, I will trim those away because those just interfere with everything. But the slimmer ones you don't have to worry about. So then, I should have cut a bigger piece of fabric. I'm then going to push, I'm just going to pull the red through. You've got to imagine these are the same size fabrics.
Yeah.
And then this creates your letterbox. Now if I just pull those there, this will...
what a cracking show. Love you guys. Lynn from Dorset. It's great, isn't he? So knows so much.
Now what you do, if you get to the point where you just gently, now cut once, so like measure once, and measure twice, cut once. This will give you really, now I would use...
I just tend to charge in like a bull in a china shop, Alistair. That's what I do.
Well, sometimes when you're having to recreate a costume or you're having to do something really, really quickly, you do not have any luxury.
Yeah, we won't be measuring twice today.
We won't be measuring twice. We're just going to go full on. Now, what you can do in these corners, you can just manipulate them with your fingers. Obviously, everyone will take a lot more care at home.
I'm glad you do that motion. I always do that when I'm turning something through. I always talk about massaging the seam just to kind of, or not exactly break the fibres, but to soften the fibres and get them in the mood for going in the direction I want them to.
Yeah, and also...
Much like a massage.
Yeah, and also... sometimes when you're working with seam allowances, what you want it to actually do is you want, when you're rolling your fingers, what you're doing is you're loosening up and you'll get a much tighter and crisp edge if you actually do that. And you're only using what God, you know, gave you, if you like.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's a completely irrelevant story, but it's quite funny. I remember being at school doing cookery, and when we were doing pastry, the cookery teacher said, which was very much teaching to the girls, she said, now girls, remember, when you're rubbing in to make pastry, it's just like feeling the hem of your skirt. We were all sitting there like, what? What?
Was she going on?
Boys, it's like feeling the hem of a skirt. Anyway, but I always remember it whenever I'm making pastry. I always think it's just like rubbing the hem of my skirt.
As you do. Right, so there's your letterbox.
Yes.
All crisp and done. Now,
the
next tip, if you're doing a welt pocket, I am going to take, just so that you can see it. Oh, actually, I know where it is. No, I don't. Please bear with. So I'm going to use two different fabrics, and I just need...
Oh, I remember these from the first show, this gorgeous cotton poplin. Fabulous.
So I am just going to very quickly get two pieces of... Oh, can't even see that. Two pieces of fabric. And then we... Whoops-a-daisy. And then we'll be with you in a jiffy. So essentially, this is creating the mouths if you like.
Those little lips.
The little lips. So, I can just about see that.
We'll just run through the fabric that's on the top, those blue roses with the purple, it's gorgeous. It's $9.99 per metre, and you order it in 1 metre increments. So 2 units will be $19.98, and it'll come in one continuous piece. Beautiful.
Right, now I've just not been able to see my chalk lines, so this is not...
Approximate.
It's approximate. So we're going to take... Now, these will be matching on your pattern. I've just done them in different ones so you can see what I'm doing. So now I've got the fabric like this. This would normally be in wool. I'm going to draw a line right down the middle. Okay, so now I'm going to stitch. Now, at this point, you want to set your stitch length to the highest length that it can go to.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I am not going to tack this. I'm going to go straight down the line.
Gotcha. Anne sent a lovely message in, by the way, just to say thank you so much for all your inspiration.
You're very welcome, Anne. We'll invoice you accordingly. So what I'm doing, a quick tip, I'm just folding one leaf over. That's the leaf that's fine. I'm going to run the iron across there. You could finger press this if you were in a hurry, because we'll do a final press. And then when I do this edge, I'm bringing the other one round. Now, how long have we got?
8 minutes total, but I'll need to recap a few bits and bobs. But yeah, keep going.
So
this is wonderful.
Essentially, I will just pin that there. I'll just quickly stitch down the sides here. This is only to keep it in position whilst I show you what we're doing.
Don't forget that box that Alistair's just shown us how to sew is what you will see on the ironer bag. Very cool. Love the shape of this bag. It's a gorgeous kind of work bag, project bag. Get your bias binding, about 5 meters will do it, inside and out. Really lovely. And your pattern's $7.99. It's absolutely brilliant value. A message for you too, an amazingly educational show, encouraging me to be more adventurous in my projects. Thanks, House of Alistair and Stuart. Love, Marie.
Now, in my hurry, what I have done is I have stitched this ski width. Okay, so you can see there, I confess, well, I can't show you there, but I can fess up, you can see that's not in the middle. But you would make sure that this is absolutely in the middle. Now, this you can use if you're making, so if you wanted to do a letterbox insert for a pocket, and you wanted to make it fancy, and you're doing this inside of a bag, this is a great way where you can add the lining into the bag. Now, when I get my...
no zip required either.
No zip required. Now, this, I'm just going to...
Use a seam ripper for this bit.
Yeah, you don't need...
If Alistair's scaring you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, that is what you call a welted pocket that you would see in a suit. Now, you would have an additional flap here that would then be sat behind here, which would then come out. So this part would be visible. The actual flap would come out and it would come over the suit that way. This is obviously done on a much larger scale, but this would be almost that size. But that's how you do a welted pocket. This, adding the two fabrics, flat as a rectangle, stitching down the middle. This just means you get a very crisp line, and it means that you're not... what most dressmaking patterns get you to do is they get you to fold these pieces in half, then they want you to magically get it right in the middle. If you stitch down the middle of the two pieces, iron them out, keep the stitch line in, put them on, it gives you...
Such a good tip.
And then it just means that you'll get accuracy every single time. You're not having to then baste in, and then you're trying to pin those two edges together. And then you just seam rip that off. Another quick tip, just get some sellotape or sticky tape at home, and just use that and just pinch here. and then that'll take out all these little loose threads. So you're not having to sit there with tweezers going like that. You literally get the sticky tape and you just go pat, 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 and it rips them all out.
All these tips, they're so useful, aren't they? As Steph points out, crafters on the whole tend to be very generous, kind people who like to share advice. And that's what Sewing Street's all about as well, sharing experience from different disciplines. They all sort of come together. I need to mention your fabulous patterns for bags. We've got the Ina pattern, which is this one right here. 5 metres of the binding, plus, what, something like maybe a ½ metre in total would be front and back?
I mean, even if you had 4 fat quarters, that would give you the both front and back and the lining.
£7.99 for that pattern. We've also been looking today at the Ursula bag. Love this one. I love them both. They're really different. Great price point on the pattern. £7.99. Remember, you've got probably you'd need about 2 metres of your webbing.
You could probably get away with 1.5 meters, but we sell them by the metre. So if you got 2 metres, you could then add a really nice key fob on the side.
Nice. That would be lovely. Again, £7.99 for the pattern. Super, super popular, that one. Absolutely gorgeous. And do we have any of the beautiful luxury denim left, Hannah? Not very much at all. Can I just give a final... Yeah, just let you know how much denim we've got left. Literally 8 metres left when everyone's checked out their baskets. I knew this would sell out. It's such a different fabric to have. I mean, it is, of course, denim is everywhere, but luxury denim... This is a one chance. Right, Prairie braid templates to start with. Prairie braid. These were back in stock today. Now, half of the new stock has been checked out. The half of what's left is in baskets. So again, heading towards sellout. What can we do with this? What can we make with this? You're thinking about lunch? We can make this quilt, can't we, Alistair?
Funny enough, I actually am. I was thinking, I'm going to New Street. I could get which I'm not supposed... Anyway, actually, no, the cat's out the bag.
Prairie braid.
I'm not supposed to be eating what I've just decided I'm going to be eating. But anyway, Prairie braid. I am not a quilter, but I have fallen in love with this technique. You see really quick results. And I think that's a thing why a lot of people don't necessarily go into quilting, because they think it's going to be taking a long time. You've got to sit there for ages. But there are quilting techniques out there that actually give you instant gratification and results. And this is one of them.
And this is going to be a rug. I am so tempted to make one of these myself. Absolutely love it. You've got your templates, you've got your 3 different sizes of rectangle, your 3 different sizes of square. I mean, this is super useful for your patchwork anyway, but they will make that Prairie braid.
And for your bag making as well, because the Ursula bag, you would put this, when it's on the fold, you'd put this in the corner to create the block bottoms. You can use these squares as well if you're doing makeup bags. And say, for instance...
Like a boxy bag where it's top and bottom.
Yeah, so for instance, if you had... I've taken them away now, but literally, if you had the hobby case from the pattern bundle we had, all you need to do to give that a 3D shape is then, when it's on the flat, is actually to put the smaller square on each corner underneath the zip, and then turn it through and stitch those up together, and then it creates almost like a pyramid pouch.
Yeah, brilliant.
Really simple.
£16.99 for those. We've also got the nesting squares. We've got 1 inch increments. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 inch. That's your whole inches. And they all come apart.
They all come apart. Also, if, for instance, you're wanting to use it... This is actually... We haven't discussed this, actually. And it was John on my last show that actually said to me, if you are wanting to fussy cut... But usually with templates, there's either writing all over or what have you, or it's a solid one in a pattern. And you've got the same one, and you're wanting to frame a particular flower or something, or a figure or something like this, because you're cutting that out, it gives you this window so you can actually see, and you can be very selective in what you're cutting out.
Yes,
your patchwork.
It's a perfect window template. So that's the inch increments. We've also got the 1.5 inches. So this goes 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5 and 6.5. Remember, you can use them together as well for even more options. $16.99 for the 1.5 inch increments. Amazing. Thank you so much, Alistair.
Well, thank you for
a
having
terrific
me.
morning. And thank you for introducing us to so many different techniques that we don't always get a chance to talk about.
Yeah,
It's been fab.
perfect.
And enjoy your lunch in New Street.
I will do.
Have something lovely.
I'm going to be very healthy
Are you?
because I've been put on a diet.
Oh, stop. Well, listen, you take care and safe journey home. Great to
Yes,
see you.
you too.
And keep up with the patchwork. I love it. All right, after the break, we are going to be back with the fab Debbie Shaw. We are going to be doing quilting. We're going to be doing foundation patchwork like you may probably never have seen it before. So stick around. It's going to be fab.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt. So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's 1/4 of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is. When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
We have got the most fabulous hour for you now with Debbie Shaw. Debbie, you've sent the airwaves wild. We're all ready. These are flying out. Oh my goodness me. Just have a look at this beautiful star sampler. I'm going to lay it down flat so you can see. Now, these exquisite Lemoyne stars, these 8-pointed stars with such complex piecing, secondary patterns, you name it. Most quilters are going to look and think, it's way beyond me. How could I ever start?
Oh, this is so easy. Really, it is so simple. I shall show you later on. I was saying in the last hour, I love things that look complicated that aren't.
Me too.
So I think it's a really impressive piece, particularly when you get to the 8-point star over here.
Oh, incredible. And this as well, these fine details
yes.
around the star. So elegant and so easy. Now, let me show you what you're getting, because this is a brilliant concept. We've talked about foundation paper piecing before. You know the score, print it out, sew to the paper. A lot of people are scared of it. And also a lot of people who like foundation piecing hate the tearing out at the end, the removal of all the paper. This eliminates that. You are sewing to a fabric foundation. Rather than having to trace it, it's all printed on, ready to go. You have got 4 different incredible star blocks printed on your fabric, beautiful quality cotton. You have also got full instructions for how to foundation piece, how to use the fabric, and how to join them together to create your stars. Now, I just want to put the price into context. Debbie, you sell each individual block panel for $8.99. Yeah. You are getting 4 different foundation piece stars on here, so you should be paying £35.96 for the panel. Then we're adding in full instructions for how to do foundation piecing on paper or fabric, in fact. This, again, should be $9.99. So now we're talking about just under £46, but that's not the price you're seeing on screen. That is $24.99. Debbie, you want everyone to try this technique.
I really do. Do you know, I've never been a fan of foundation paper piecing. I love the look of it, but it's always been, I don't know, a bit of a chore. Not something that I'd normally choose to do. Using the fabric panels, I am hooked on it. Yeah. It's time consuming, it's relaxing. We talk about mindful sewing. I think it's mindless sewing. You don't have to think about it.
You can relax.
Oh, absolutely.
I think as well, Deb, sometimes what needs to happen to change a person's mind is for the end to justify the means, to justify the technique. Yes. We learn a technique because we need to, because we want to make what you can make with that technique. Yes. And when I look at these stars, I want to make these stars. I want to create this kind of precision, this kind of complexity, but I want to do it easily.
And, you know, this is a small quilt, like you said, a sampler quilt. You could hang it on the wall, you could put it over your knee. Yeah. But you've got the 4 block. When they come together, they form a star in the middle, which is really nice. So if you had more panels and joined them together, you'd have these little 4-point stars in the middle. But why not make a bag? It doesn't have to be a quilt.
Right, or a cushion. Well, you've made some lovely examples, a bag and a cushion. Remember, too, you should be paying $8.99 per block, okay? So the fact that you're getting, that should be £35.96. The fact that you're getting...
my sums, have I?
You haven't really done your
Got that a
sums
bit wrong,
brilliantly,
didn't I?
Debbie. You're much
Oh.
better sewer than mathematician. But we love you for it. We love you for it. So I just want to point out that because you're making such a massive saving on the blocks, you're not paying for your instructions. You're not paying for all of the blocks. Really, you're only paying for 3 of the blocks. Are you getting an extra block free plus your instructions? That if you multi-buy this, please don't think, oh, I'm paying for extra instructions. You're really not paying for your instructions. You're not even paying for all your blocks. So if you get 3 sets of these panels, you have got 12 blocks now to make a full bed quilt.
Yes. Wouldn't that be amazing as well?
Absolutely incredible.
And you know,
Over
because
60 of you with this in your baskets. They're flying out. We'd already sold more than that before we even came to air. We're fast approaching limited stock here.
Oh, gosh.
Debbie, well, you've brought us something completely new. You've brought us something completely new.
I was thinking as well, if there's a few of you, if there's 2 of you, if you both want to make a block, if you're making a joint effort, you know, if it's something that you like to do, you're saying you're relaxing with a friend, they're going to look the same. You know, when you're quilting, it would be very difficult to get 2 blocks from 2 people and join them together.
I'm laughing, Debbie, because I've done it.
Oh, have you?
I've done it where I've coordinated a charity quilt, and there are 30 people who've all made a block that's supposed to be 12.5 inches square, and then I'm putting them together, and it doesn't happen. But with foundation piecing, they always turn out the same size. Now, lots of you want to be able to reproduce Debbie's exact version using Liberty. And here it is. Here's the bundle. Now, you are getting ½ meters of 5 different Liberty fabrics. These are exquisite.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Amazing. You're also getting, look how beautifully that green coordinates. You're getting ½ meter of that and ½ meter of the lilac. What a stunning combination. All of that for under £50. 3.5 meters, including your 2.5 meters of Liberty. Here's what you're going to make. Or maybe you've got other plans for this. Maybe you're going to make a Burly bag. Maybe you're going to make a gorgeous... Yeah, I'm thinking earlier, those gorgeous bags. Mix and match. Mix and match. This is exquisite.
And you've got lots. You've got lots of fabric here for if you're going to make the 4 together like this. Reason being, you might get it wrong, you might cut it wrong. Although you cut the shapes to slightly larger than the shapes on the mat, it takes more fabric than you think.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of flipping over, and so there's enough for mistakes that you make. Oh, that's another thing with the vinyl fabric. You can unpick it.
Yes,
if it's
of
paper.
course. Yes, yes.
So yeah, that will probably
You're
happen.
never going to sort of destroy your foundation by unpicking, are you?
No, absolutely.
Such a clever point.
If you're frugal and things work well first time around, you'll have enough fabric left to make cushion backs with it. If you just do a simple cushion back. But I'm not guaranteeing that because I don't know how you're going to cut it and I don't know how much fabric you're going to use.
But even so,
yeah.
The thought that you might, very nice, very popular bundle. Very popular bundle. Remember, the whole focus is this brand new idea. I love it. It's foundation piecing on a foundation of beautiful quality cotton fabric. So this is our Susie Duncan, who is a big fan. She says, I love foundation paper piecing, and I'm excited to try these, and I love a pattern within a pattern. Yes, you do get those secondary designs as the blocks come together. But equally, if you wanted to add sashing in between, you could do that too.
Yes, absolutely.
Split that pattern apart. Now, anybody who does foundation piecing needs your ruler, Debbie.
It just makes things easier. So it's a 12-inch ruler, but it's got a lip on it, which means that, I'll show you, because I'll use this for the demo in a minute. Yep. It just means that you can add the 1/4 inch seam allowance and cut along it really simply. Yep. But you can also add a seam allowance, 1/4 inch seam allowance to your existing templates. If you're English paper piecing and you wanted to add the 1/4 inch seam allowance, it needs to have a straight edge. It's not going to work with a curve.
So if I just show you here, there's a 1/4 inch lip, so that when you put this up against a foundation, it kind of locks into place, and then you can trim to then leave your seam allowance.
It's a quick and accurate way. I mean, yes, you do have your 1/4 inch marks on your rulers, but you have to measure it and line it up and make sure you've got the right marking. That one, you just butt it up against the edge of the fabric and, you know, it's done.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
love it. You can also use it to add a 1/4 inch around EPP pieces. If you've got the finished size, you have the finished size in your papers, just butt that against and cut your fabric and you've instantly got your 1/4 inch. Fabulous. Fabulous. Great tool to have for £12.99. Great price too, as well. This is the large size. This is 12 inches.
Yes.
Fab. Good buy, this. Real good buy. Right, make sure that you check out your baskets with your foundation and your pattern. Don't forget, if you're multi-buying, you are making such a saving. It is well worth multi-buying. Can we do a little demo, please?
We can. Can I take my ruler?
You can take the ruler. You can take the sample as well. Do you need anything else?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Do you want the iPad? We do have a couple of other lovely. I can pop that up.
Yeah.
We've got some lovely fabric bundles as well. If you've a mind to have a look on the website, I'm just going to hang this up.
When you get the panels home, before you cut into them, look at them. Have a think about what you want the panel to look like. So you can see in the centre of each one of these, you can see the star shape. You're going to cut those out. If you haven't done this kind of technique before, I'd suggest your first panel is going to be one that has 4 blocks. So go for one of the simple ones. So 4 sections. So this one is 4 triangles, this one is 4 triangles, and these 2 are 8 triangles. But have a think about it. On the little quilt that I made, I used different colours on each one of the points. So I've got the green and I've got the lilac. If you wanted to make the complete surround, so like on this one that I'm just going to make up, I've used white all the way around.
Oh, that's so crisp.
It's gorgeous, isn't it, this one?
That is beautiful.
And the star really pops on that one.
I've got that fabric bundle, by the way. Have a look on the website if you want to reproduce that. That's like sort of Delft pottery, isn't it? Or Dutch tiles.
It's gorgeous.
Sorry, but
that's
lovely.
Is it Henry Glass one? That one. If you're going for the bundle, you'll have enough plain fabric to do 2 with a white background and then 2 blocks with a navy background. You won't have enough to do every block with the same colour background. If you want to alternate them, then that's the kind of look that you get, which is in the quilt that I made behind. So, okay, so you've had a think about it. I'd suggest that you cut these out one at a time so you don't get your triangles mixed up, and you'll cut around the edge of each one of those shapes. And then you get this. Now, I'm going to just do the one section, obviously. When you're sewing them together yourself, I would do all of my step 1s and then all of my step 2s and all of my step 3s. It just makes it a little bit quicker. So the first thing to do is to go step 1, which is here, and we'll need a piece of fabric slightly larger. So I've already pre-cut the fabric, and we're going to trim to the shape here. So flip this over to the back, and you can see the lines through. Now, although the numbers and everything are in black, because we need to see this from the wrong side, that's quite a fine white fabric. You don't see the numbers through, so don't worry about that because they don't wash out. Now, this is going to be a friend for you. So if you have a glue stick, we're just going to pop a little bit of glue around there and pop the fabric over the top. Make sure you overlap these lines by at least 1/4 inch. If you're using a glue pen and it comes up fluorescent in whatever colour, don't worry, that will disappear. Then we're going to fold this over, and you can see we've got box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4, etc. So we need to go up against the line in between box 1 and box 2, fold the fabric over on that line, then you take your piecing ruler and your rotary cutter and trim that away. And then you've got your perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance.
So easy.
So while I'm here, let's trim off this fabric to the edge of the block. Okay. Then we're going to go for number 2, which is here. So if I can just show you, if I put, is that number 2? I've actually numbered these, yeah. If I put my fabric on here, that's going to be sewn right sides together. It's going to flip over. So you may look at that and think, oh, that's only a tiny little piece. Look, I can cut it to about that big, and it's 1/4 of an inch bigger. You can guarantee when you flip this over, it's going to be like that. You're going to miss a little bit. It's not going to be covered. So do be generous with your fabric.
It's not worth the headache, is it?
No.
Just be generous with your fabric.
I mean, you won't. You'll try it. It'll be too small. You'll unpick it and you'll do it again. Don't worry about all those tiny little scraps of fabric as well. They're not going to go to waste. I know Susie uses these for toy filling, or you can do crumb quilting or something. So just hang on to those. Okay, so now I need to sew the second piece on. So I'll flip back. This is the edge that I've just cut. So my second piece of fabric is going to go up against the edge. So I'm matching the raw edges together and hold that together with a pin. Flip it back over. And we sew along the line in between number 1 and number 2. So you'll get into a rhythm with this. It's a little bit choreographed.
Now, Debbie, with stitch length, because we're not going to remove the paper, regular stitch length?
Regular stitch length.
See, now if you have to unpick anything with paper piecing, it's a nightmare because you've used tiny stitches.
Yeah.
Sewing on fabric, normal seam allowance, or normal stitch length, rather.
Normal stitch, and you can reverse the stitches as well, which you wouldn't do with paper.
No. Are you literally sewing just on the line and not
Just on
beyond the line?
Yes, don't go beyond the line. So I've stitched down there.
Point to
flip
point.
this back over. Yes. And turn this back. I had, when I was making up the other samples, a bit of a conveyor belt. So sewing machine, cutting mat, iron, all in a row.
Yes.
And I don't know how you sew, but I've got a stool with wheels on the bottom.
Right.
So I can just scoot up and down the table.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
don't even have to stand up.
Oh, yes, Parishton thought I should have to get up and walk. my friend Rose Parr, who's like an expert on sewing ergonomics and sort of really fit, she always says you should put your ironing board as far away from your sewing machine as possible to make you get up and walk. I think, oh no, Rose. I mean, it sounds worthy, but no.
No, there'd be a lot of finger creasing going on then, I think. Okay, so I've opened out the second piece and ironed it. So we need to trim this one now. So my next line is going to be between number 2 and number 3. So we'll need to fold back here and trim again. So again, you can see the lines through the fabric, so just fold that over. Pop your ruler on there.
Steph's message, she says, Debbie is so good at explaining. I've never done foundation piecing. I struggle to get my head around doing these things back to front, but I will try again now.
Yeah, it is ever so easy. And as I said earlier, it's not something I was a fan of before. You know, you can't like everything. I'm absolutely hooked on it. I really look forward to doing it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so I need number 3. So that piece of fabric, right sides together with the edge of number 2. Pop a pin in there. Flip it over, and we'll sew down line number 2. Oh, I went all post office then. Line number 2, please. Okay.
You have such a lovely voice, though, Debbie. I bet you've done loads of voiceover work, haven't you?
Used to do, actually.
Have you ever done those sort of
for a
announcement
while.
ones, or?
I used to do announcing for Sky TV many moons ago, and it's from the Sky Satellite Network. This is Sky One.
Oh,
I don't even know.
Gravitas. Gravitas.
Right.
I used to be the in-store announcer for Littlewoods.
Did you?
I did. And it used to be things like, welcome shoppers to Littlewoods. In our food hall today, we've got satsumas, 45 pence a pound.
Oh, well, you've got to do a show on Sewing Street in Littlewoods mode.
Oh, I will. I'll do it. I'll do it for you.
Yeah. So number 3, this is very formulaic, if you like. So that flips over. Let's iron that. Flip it back again. And then back over to this side, line in between number 3 and number 4, fold it back. Ruler against here.
There is a lovely rhythm to foundation piecing.
Yes.
I think, isn't there?
Yes,
You repeat
absolutely.
the same steps and it just becomes almost like a dance.
Yes. So number 3, number 4. Number 4, where's my number 4? There we go. So again, right sides together. You can always check your fabrics. Just hold it there, fold it over, and make sure it's going to cover the box. Might be better that way, actually. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Okay, so edges lined up together. Pin it, flip it over, sew between line 3 and line 4. So this is probably the second easiest one to do.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
I was going to say, is there an order that you would recommend? I know you said about doing the ones with 4 pieces.
Yeah, I did the 4 pieces one first. The ones with the least amount of sections I would do first, and then build up to the one with all of the 8 sections that meet in the middle. So I'll show you that in a bit, how that's going to work together. Right, so again, I've come up to the end now. So let's flip it over, and I'm just going to trim the fabric back to the edge here. Right, then, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this section is going to be next, so I want to trim this seam. So let's fold along line number 5.
Ah, now we're sewing across many seams.
Yes.
And this is why you didn't go beyond the point.
Yes.
Just sew to the end of the line. Patricia just messaged in. She said, I can never get my points right with regular patchwork. So this technique is brilliant. It's perfect.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You can't help but get your points right with this.
The other thing as well I find with foundation piecing is it teaches you a certain discipline. It trains you to sew on a line, to sew straight, to sew neatly.
Yes.
Because you're sewing on printed lines. And when you go back to regular piecing, you're a better piecer.
Oh, right.
I think so.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right, so I'm sewing down line number 5. And snip. So we're onto the bigger pieces now.
Oh, a lovely positive message from Viv. She says, hi, Debbie and Stuart. I've only done foundation piecing once, but it's very easy and I love it.
Oh, good, good. Thank you.
Yeah. I took to it like a duck to water.
Did you?
I love it. I love it. And whenever people say, I don't like foundation piecing, I say to them, you do it, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Trust me, you need to learn from Debbie today, because then you will fall in love with it, and it's too brilliant a technique to not have in your armoury.
Yes, if you've never done it before, or like me, it's just too, all those bits of fabric, it's just too faffy. Have a go. Just have a go, and I think you're just going to be blown away.
Yeah.
I mean, even so far, you know, we've got these perfect points just on that little bit.
Exactly.
And then obviously you're going to keep building that up and building it up. Shall I skip over to the more complicated one? Because I can always come back to this.
Yeah,
I'll show you how that is going to go together.
I think as well, again, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, the end justifies the means.
Yes.
Personally, I'm not sure I could be bothered to do, say, a log cabin with foundation piecing, unless it was tiny, because these are just strips. I can sew that. But this, I would not attempt any other way, but a beginner would get the same results as an expert.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's the difference. Beautiful.
Right, so that's using 4 triangles.
Don't forget, you can get your panel. It's 4 different star blocks. Everything that you see in the sampler, actually, that's hanging behind Debbie, all 4 beautiful stars printed on fabric. So you sew through the fabric, regular stitch length, no ripping out at the end. It all stays there. It adds stability to your quilt. You also get your full instructions. Now, for the panel alone, you should be paying £35.96. Then we add in a pattern. You're not paying anything like that. £24.99. It's like you're just paying for even less than 3 of the star panels, and you're getting 4. Brilliant.
Right, so...
Oh, that looks good against the blue
looks
background.
lovely, doesn't it? And I'm thinking as well, if you have gone for the kit and you wanted to alternate the blues with the white, then again you'll have 2 of the blue and you'll have 2 of the white, and that's what they're going to look like together. So you imagine the 4 of them, having a blue one over here and another white one there. That would be absolutely striking, wouldn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. That fabric bundle, by the way, is flying out. If you want to get your Henry Glass blueprints with a plain white and a plain navy, here they are. How gorgeously fresh do they look? And of course, if you did want all your backgrounds to be navy blue, just get an extra ½ metre of navy blue from our website, or an extra ½ metre of white. It's not going to break the bank to add that in. You'll always use those solids. Gorgeous.
I love
gorgeous.
This one. When I saw these fabrics coming together, I did think, oh, we should have made that. But there again, that's really pretty.
Oh, it's lovely.
Anyway.
It's lovely.
So these, I've already made up the blocks. I just want to show you how I'm going to put those together. So we'll sew 2 together, and then 2 together, and then join the 4. I like to... I was on the dining table when I was doing this, and I kept everything laid out, because you'll put them together and... Oh, hang on a minute.
Don't put them together like that, Debbie, would be my top tip.
So keep them laid out. Then we're going to flip this over, and the points will meet because you're sewing along the lines, but I'd just like to make sure that the points will meet.
But Debbie, can we just take a moment to appreciate that with regular piecing, that never happens. When you put two-piece triangles together and they just fit one on top of the other, that never happens with regular piecing. With foundation piecing, it always happens.
Oh, I'm glad it's not just me. You know, with patchwork, no matter how careful I am and how accurate I am, certainly around the edge of a block, it's never exactly square.
Never quite,
I've always got to trim something back a little bit.
But as you said earlier, you could make a block, I could make a block, Hannah could make a block, they would all fit together, they would all be the same size.
Yes,
Chrissy from West Midlands, lovely message. Thanks, Chrissy. She says, good morning, you gorgeous pair. We love it. You have resurrected my sojo. Thank you. The panel is ordered and I can't wait to start.
Oh, good.
That's lovely.
Oh, let us know how you get on as well, won't you?
Yeah. Sojo restored. Gorgeous. Susan's also messaged with a really good point. She says, hi, Debbie and Stuart. If the pattern is £9.99, then the blocks are £3.75 each. That's amazing. I've got all Debbie's patterns, fabric, star blocks, panel and ruler. Thanks. Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you mentioned the ruler because I think that's an absolute must-have. Thanks, Debbie. 12-inch long. It's got that lip on the side that adds 1/4 of an inch to your seam allowance for £12.99. I think that's an absolute brilliant buy. Grab yours now. Yeah, it's just it's another tool that really does make your life easier and the job more accurate, and that's what we want. Yeah, easily done. Thanks, Debbie.
Good. Whoops. Right, so I've pinned together at the points. You'll notice as well the seam allowance around the edge is bigger than 1/4 of an inch. It doesn't really matter. It makes it easier to press the seams open, to be honest. So we're going to sew again along the line. So I'm not going right up to the edge of the fabric. So straight down. So you're saying about tearing papers off.
Yeah.
Paper piecing as well. And you're so right, a lot of these pieces will be on the bias and they stretch.
They distort,
so careful.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's tiresome and it's unnecessary with Debbie's fabric foundation.
So we've got that. Perfect points. So let's iron. Oh, always press the seams open.
Why is that, Debbie?
Just to cut down on the bulk.
Right.
When these all meet in the centre.
Yes.
There we go. Like so. And then we'll join these 2 pieces together. To put this out of the way. So again, as before, points will match, but I'm just going to pop a pin there to hold them.
Fab. Oh, can I just say, when everyone's checked out their baskets, I have got 4 left. Now, that is if everyone's buying 1 each. If even 10 of you are buying 2 or more, then some of you are going to miss out. So please check out your... But actually, more people have just checked out now. I've less than I need, I'm afraid. I've less than we need. Just check out your basket now for me, and you'll get what you need.
Right.
Oh, Debbie, it's like I wish I had a bobbin that never ran out. I wish we had stocks that never ran out, but they do.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, the bobbin that doesn't run out.
Oh, yes.
I want to know why a sewing machine manufacturer can't work it out that you just put a reel of thread into the bottom of your machine and pull the thread through and sew. I know why, but do you know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
I wish that were possible.
Yeah, there's a few things that could be improved. I know you can get sewing machines that alert you when you're running out of thread.
Yes.
Mine doesn't, and invariably I've sewn quite a long length, and it tells
Yeah,
what you sew.
bobbin chicken.
I kind of like the idea of having a machine that talks to you like a sat-nav.
I love that.
Reverse stitch, please. Turn around the corner, leave your needle down.
Is this like an audition, Debbie? If there's a manufacturer out there that wants to do this, we've just found the perfect voice. Oh, Debbie, yes. I could imagine you doing sat-nav as well.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Turn around when possible.
I'd never lose my temper if you were guiding me.
Right, so again, yep. Just in case.
Just checking.
So that's the seam I've just sewn. Let's flip it over.
Perfect points.
And again.
Debbie,
Yes.
this is getting boring. Make a mistake, will
Do
you?
you want me to do it wrong?
No. This is the thing with foundation piecing. This is why every quilter needs to learn to do foundation piecing, because it's brilliant. Viv messaged me on Facebook to say, you know what, as a beginner, I did foundation pieced Japanese kimonos and made my quilt first go.
Wow.
And that's it.
Oh, that sounds
The
amazing.
power of foundation.
Yeah. Right, now this is starting to get a little bit bulky.
Okay.
And we need to sew these two pieces together, and I'm going to have a lump in the middle.
Don't want that.
So we don't want a lump in the middle. Just been trying to get rid of mine all
Just
year.
trying out different voices now, Debbie. I don't want a lump in the middle. Where was that from? I was cute, actually. Go on, deal with your lump.
I'll deal with my lump.
A lump?
All right then, got to trim it down now.
Oh, it's getting a bit aggressive now. All right, all right. You really commit, don't you? Act, Debbie, act. Oh, dear.
So take away that lump. I'm going to trim the seams right back. So, and you can take this quite close to your stitch line as well. So I've already done that one. Look, but just trim it
So it's
back.
almost like you do on a dressmaking sort of, what do they call that when you trim down the seam allowance a bit?
Is it grading?
Grading, yes.
Right, that's out the way. So you trim that back as much as you can. And then I really want the centre point to match more than anything. So I am going to pin that. So let's line up the two seams together there. And stick in a bin. And you'll see again, all of these points should match perfectly. Oh, it's so satisfying.
It's joyful, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
When everything just fits together.
Yes, yeah. Right, shan't pin all the way down.
But look, those ends just match because they do.
Yes.
It's lovely. It's lovely. It's all about that technique. And get your foundation. I've literally got 20 odd left. And how many have I got in baskets, Hannah? Oh, goodness me, 60 odd in baskets. And I've got 20 left. You get your 4 different beautiful star blocks, and genuinely the end justifies the means here. If you've ever looked at foundation piecing and thought, nah, I could just do that with regular piecing, these stars are complex, layered, beautifully sort of secondary patterns. I wouldn't even consider doing these any other way than foundation. And what Debbie's done with a foundation made of fabric is we no longer need to use a tiny stitch, which is impossible to unpick. We have got soft fluid fabric that's going to keep our blocks stable and neat, And we've also got a foundation that we leave in, no removal. You also get full instructions that guide you through the process, step by step, wonderfully step by step, so detailed. You will have Debbie's hand to hold. I'm literally down to the lowest teens possible. I've got the lowest teens possible.
10 days, Hannah. 10 days.
You're really subtle, guys. Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
200.
Was that 200? Honestly. Honestly.
Right.
Oh, a lovely message for you from Alan, Sewing Reno, patchwork guy.
Oh, hi, Alan.
Stuart, and how is Debbie doing today? I love Debbie's handbag designs. They're all brilliant.
Thanks, Alan.
Absolutely brilliant.
Right.
Julie says, you're so funny, both of you, this morning. It's Debbie. It's Debbie. It's what she does to me. The blue bundle. The blue bundle. Just very quickly going to show you this because I've got single figures left. In fact, I've got literally a handful left. You get beautiful Henry Glass prints in all of these beautiful blue shades. You also get 1/2 metre of white and 1/2 metre of navy. So if you want to add an extra border, if you want to add sashings or have all your backgrounds the same colour, just get yourself an extra 1/2 metre of either the navy or the white. Or even you could throw in something like Copen blue.
That'd be nice.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Bit of mustard.
Bit of mustard would be lovely.
You know, even if you used it just on maybe the thin outlines.
Oh, now you're talking.
The smaller piece.
And a little folded flange inside the binding.
Yes.
Gorgeous. I'm going to get rid of this bundle because it's about to sell out.
Okay, so again, I've pressed the seam open on the back. And that's what we're looking like from the front.
Oh, exquisite.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful.
So
Debbie.
I think with that, I would maybe use one of the the prints with more white in it and make a board around it and
Lovely.
then make a cushion cover.
There's
out
your
of that.
cushion.
Yeah.
Or your
lovely.
bag front.
Yes, yes.
Fabulous, fabulous. Now, I do have one more fabric bundle, and this is if William Morris and Kay Fassett had met in a bar and decided to do a fabric range together.
You're all right, Cave. Yeah, I'm good, aren't you?
Oh, we're getting the whole scene acted out by Debbie now. She's committed. But this is the collaboration between... Cave has recoloured some classic William Morris designs. You've got 1/2 metres of 5 of them. You've also got 2 1/2 metres of coordinating cotton solids to add into the mix. $49.99 for 3 1/2 metres in total. I do not even have teams left of this. I've just 12 bundles. If you would like to grab those, please do. Viv says, Stuart, I've tried to send a pic. Excellent. We will check. Did you email it in, Viv? This is the kimono. We'll have a look for it.
Oh, lovely.
We'll have a look. Absolutely beautiful, aren't they?
I'm just carrying on, is that all right?
Please.
So I shall just trim this one down, and then if you've only just joined us, I'll explain again how this actually works. So let's pop that there, and then trim that right back. So with the panels, you're going to put your fabric on the back, so you can kind of gauge how big your fabric piece needs to be and make sure you've got plenty of fabric. I've numbered mine because I've already pre-cut them out. But when you think about it, that was number 6, number 7's over here. Where's my number 7? That's it. You might think, oh, I'll cut that 1/4 inch bigger and that'll be fine. But then when you put this on and you flip it over, you'll find you need more fabric than you think you're going to. Basically.
Always.
If you're going for the bundle, you've got plenty of fabric in there. So, you know, if you do cut wrong, that's fine.
And I always say it's the cost of doing business.
Yes.
Because you're making something exquisite that you couldn't make any other way.
Yeah.
If it takes a little extra fabric, That's the cost of doing business.
Yes.
But the results justify the means.
Oh, absolutely.
In spades.
And imagine, again, if you're making to sell.
Oh, really sets apart
Yes,
your work.
doesn't it? So, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4. I've done number 5. I've done number 6. I'm back over here to number 7. So I need to trim along this line. So let's fold that back. Pop the ruler on there.
Ruler is your graphic, $12.99. It's a 12-inch ruler. Really useful, actually, generally as a quick, easy pick-up for scrap quilting, for cutting out your pieces of fabric. You can rotary cut with it, but comes into its own for foundation piecing, doesn't it?
But as you said earlier, if you wanted to add your 1/4 inch seam allowance to a template that
Look at that,
ready,
look at that.
then it's easy, it's quick. No, yes, your ruler will do that. You know, I've got a ruler there, so I could probably add the extra, but I've got to line that up.
Well, it's already slipping and sliding, Debbie.
So I could do it like that, or I could just do that.
Yeah, I think we'll just do that.
I think we'll just do that.
Yeah.
One. Yeah. Okay. So my next piece, flip this back again, number 7, and like I said earlier, have a study. Well, have a look at the shapes that are down here. So you can see the shape of the star. You choose whether you want the white, the navy, or whatever colour as a solid colour in the background, or on the one that actually made up, I alternated the colours. So that, you know, that's up to you. But look at it, figure it out, see where you're going to put your colours. A light next to a dark makes everything stand out really well.
Really
if you're going to use the navy on the background, don't use that for the edge of the star, because it'll blend into it.
Right,
This
yes.
one I have used, that's going to form a central star in the middle, but I didn't want it to stand out. I want this to stand out. I think on the panel behind me here, I used the white in the middle, and that stands out as much as the stars do. I wanted it to be more subtle on this one.
I suppose even you could have a totally different colour just for that central star and just do
Yes.
one corner of each block
Yes.
in that colour, and you'd have a star that really popped.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Such a clever coming together, isn't it, of 4 different star blocks. Remember, you get all 4 on your foundation fabric, all printed, incredible print quality, actually, so precise. The entire stock now has gone, it's sold out, and you may have picked up earlier on, we were asking Debbie very subtly about whether we could get any more on extended delivery, and we are trying to do that now. So I'll let you know if we manage to get that sorted. It will probably be maybe a 10-day extended delivery, but I'll let you know as soon as we're able.
That was so cool. When you were looking at Stuart earlier on, I was hearing, can we have any more on extended? What's the extended? And I was going,
See, I saw 10, 10, and I was thinking, is it 100? You can do 100 more, 10 times
no,
10?
but Hannah said, can we only have 10? No.
No. And you're like, it's a, and it's... I'll be Eunice Stubbs.
Oh, if only you knew what goes on when you're not watching. So, just really quickly, I've lined up the edge of the fabric. This is on the back of the panel, remember, so the print's on this side, but you can see through it so you can see where the lines are. And we're going to flip it back over again and sew along this line. Don't go over into the seam allowance, so you can reverse stitch at each end to lock the stitches and then just sew along there. So it actually does come together rather quickly, you know.
It really has.
It took me...
And I think once you've got the just having that, thanks. Once you've got the techniques, it really is a no fuss, no stress
Yes.
piecing method. Because all you've got to do is sew on printed lines.
Yeah.
It's actually easier
Yeah.
than doing strip piecing.
Yes.
Once you understand the concept.
Yes, I think so. So this is, I'm going to flip it over. So that's the line that I've just sewn. That goes over to the right-hand side. You need to cover the whole of the shape. So that's somewhere where if you're trying to be a little bit frugal with your fabric and you cut it too small, you're going to miss. So do be generous. And then here, my next one is number 8, so I need to cut along this line. And on the edge of the fabric, I'm just trimming that back to the edge of the seam allowance. So
Alan has a very important question for you, Debbie.
Oh, okay,
He
right.
says, are there any new Debbie Shaw books coming out in 2025?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment.
There are not.
I've been a little bit busy and haven't had time to write any books.
It's fair enough. You've done. How many books have you written, Debbie?
I think it's 32. Last year.
Yeah, quite.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, what about the year before? Okay, so not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
But that does not mean that Debbie is resting on her laurels. You're still being very creative.
Yes, lots of other stuff.
I've got a book coming out this year if you want, though, Alan.
Have you?
What
are you doing?
Bag book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the summer. I've got a new bag book coming out.
Oh, fabulous.
I was only kidding. I didn't really mean to mention it.
Right, so I folded along that line. So the line in between number 7 and number 8, we need to trim that back with a seam allowance. So you can see the line on the wrong side there. So fold along there. Push your ruler up against the fold and trim it. And then I'll just trim this back to the edge of the fabric. Like that. So you can see how it's building up. So be aware that the points here are going to create the star in the centre, this bit. So have those the same. You can do them different if you like, but if you wanted to create this 4-point star in the centre, these two need to be the same fabric. So again, number 7, number 8 in the corner. So let's just do that one really quickly. Got rather a large piece of fabric there. And again, looks tiny, but when you put your fabric against there and flip it over, there's not, I mean, as I cut that off, I can reuse that bit at another point. But it takes more than you think, I can't say now. So that on there, that on there, and sew it.
Yep, on the other side.
Oh. You only do that once.
Got your back, Debbie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, we're doing that one. And sew down the line.
Yeah. Fab.
And same as before. Pin out. Flip it over. I have been ironing at every single stage rather than just finger creasing because it gives a better crease. But again, there's a lot of fabric left over there, so I could probably use that on the other side actually.
Yeah.
And trim back there. So it's coming together quite nicely.
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And look at those points. I think it was Patricia that messaged earlier to say she can never normally get her points just so, but with foundation piecing Debbie's way, you absolutely will. I will keep you posted. Look at that. I'll keep you posted about the extended delivery panels. Brill. You've ruined the internet this morning, Debbie. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, blame me.
Now, in Debbie's earlier show, we had a full hour of bag making from Debbie first thing this morning, and she introduced new bags, new patterns. I've got the Burly collection in front of me. The Burly bag, the Hurly-Burly, absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, smart handbag, £9.99. This is physical pattern, full pattern, printed out for you. Send it to you in the post. Full instructions for making the bag. You've got that twist lock on the front, beautiful shaped front, and a lovely shoulder strap. You can also get this as a download. Now, the download patterns are a different code, but they're an instant purchase, instant download. So you could be sewing this bag this afternoon. We'll give you the details of that. We'll give you those details in just a sec. Here they come. There they are. Right, WYVC03. That's an instant purchase. And the money comes straight out, so it just goes straight to your email, and then you can download the pattern. And in fact, Debbie was saying you don't have to print anything off for this. There are instructions throughout rather than template pieces, so you can get straight to the sewing. So that's the Burly bag. We've also got a little pattern collection, which is the Burly purse and the cosmetic pouch. So here's the purse, physical pattern first of all. So you've got that gorgeous little pouch for makeup, or art materials or anything you want to keep. And then you've also got that gorgeous little purse, again with a twist lock on the front and then inside. Lots of pockets, lots of places to stow anything you need. I'm stowing cash. I am. I've got a collection of piggy banks, so I always empty my cash out. I do. And they're not full, but yes.
Oh.
They will be one day. Gorgeous collection. So that's the Burly. Now I've also got a second collection, which is a bundle of pencil case and stationery folder. Okay, so 2 different patterns this time. So there is an individual pattern for each one, and you can pay £9.99 for that and £9.99 for that. Or if you get both patterns together in this bundle that's on screen now, you'll save yourself £4. Now, it doesn't work if you put that in your basket and that in your basket and then check out, you'll pay £19.98. You need XM6674 as your code, £15.98 is the price, there's your £4 saving. Now, that only applies to physical pattern only, okay? If you want an individual, you can do that. Gorgeous projects. Now, I have some great news. It's going to keep you busy, Debbie, but I've got some great news for you that will also keep you busy. I have got the foundation fabric with the 4 stars and the instructions. It is on an extended 10-day delivery, okay? But if you've already managed to secure yourself, you can be starting on these. If you haven't managed to get anything yet, you're in time. It's just a 10-day extended delivery, but you get your 4 different stars. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3, and there's number 4. They almost have a sort of mariner's compass style feel to them, don't they? They could be quite nautical in the right fabrics. Beautiful. You get all of those and you get your instructions for £24.99. Now remember, you should be paying £8.99 per panel. So 1 panel like that would be £8.99, and that would bring your total to £35.96 plus then your instructions on top. You're just paying £24.99, which isn't even the cost of 3 of those panels. So you're making a great deal here. As Susan pointed out, hi Debbie and Stuart, if the pattern's £9.99, then the blocks are just £3.75 each. That's amazing. I've got all of Debbie's patterns, so fabric, the star blocks and the ruler. Well done.
You wouldn't think I got an O-level, would you?
I had to keep retaking mine.
Did you?
I did. I've got GCSE. No. It's like an O-level. It's like an O-level. They go, ah. It's not like a booby prize. Loads of you coming in now for the panel with instructions. Remember, this is extended delivery, but it's only 10 days. You will be making these gorgeous star blocks in next to no time. So pop them in your baskets and check out. Don't miss out. Debbie, you are amazing. It's been a wonderful morning. Thank you so much.
I've had loads of fun, thank you.
It has been
really
fun.
Nice morning, yeah.
Are you take care going back to wherever
Oh, well, it'll be right good.
Oh, fabulous. I don't know. I never know who I'm going to talk to. Debbie, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, I've got the embroidery machine of your Disney dreams. It's a whole new world. And I'm going to share it with you. After the break, it's the Disney Brother embroidery machine.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use. So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's 1/4 of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Have I got an embroidery machine for you? And actually, I'm going to start off with 2 bits of misinformation that I've passed on to you this morning and fess up right from the get-go. The first thing is, this brand new Disney, including Disney design, embroidery machine from Brother contains not 45 Disney designs, as I told you earlier, it's 65. Now, I would apologise for that if I told you there was 65, but there were only 45. But I'm not. There's 20 more designs that I said. So that is amazing. You're getting 65 built-in designs. The other thing I said was you really can't get Disney designs separately to put on. You cannot get these designs anywhere else, okay? However, we've mentioned before now the Artspira app from Brother. It's free to download, whatever your app store. And via the Artspira app, you can purchase and download more Disney designs and send them wirelessly to this machine and stitch them out. Absolutely amazing. Of course, each design is something you'll purchase separately, and then when you've got those designs, you can then use them within your Brother machine. Now, with Disney designs, you can't enlarge or reduce them. I don't believe they come at the size that they are to preserve the proportions and the size that they're meant to be. You can't make to sell with Disney designs. You can gift, but you can't sell. Because they are licensed products. But still, 65 Disney designs included on your machine, but 200 more designs on top of that, fonts that you absolutely can make and sell. You've got that Wi-Fi enabled. You've also got a USB port in the side, which means that if you've already got memory sticks with embroidery designs on, so long as they're compatible with Brother sewing machines, Brother embroidery machines, you can use them. But also it's great to know that you can just wirelessly, from your phone, from your tablet, from your laptop, and just wirelessly send them to your machine and stitch them out. Now, I do not have many of these machines left. Way fewer than I would like. This machine completely sold out at launch. I think it was gone in a heartbeat, frankly. We have not had a Disney embroidery machine. I think it's got to be well over a year since we last had a Disney embroidery machine. Now, let's talk about the price, because already lots of you have this in your baskets and you're wondering, am I going to match the launch price? It should be £1,099. Are we going to match the launch price? Well, let's find out. Yay! Look, this is my nervous phase. Oh, hello, hello. Yay! We're matching that launch price, £649. I said this yesterday. I don't ever blame anybody for saying I can't make the decision in the hour, Stuart. I want to sleep on it. I want to think about it. The problem is, so often our deal is for one day, it's gone, or our deal is so good, we sell out and we've no stock left. This is matching that launch price. So everyone that's had a chance to think about it, sleep on it, what would I do with 65 Disney designs and the opportunity to download so many more Disney designs, seasonal designs, alphabets, fonts, frames, you name it. Well done, those of you who've checked out your baskets. You've just got yourself the Disney embroidery machine. Absolutely brilliant. You get 65 Disney, you get 200 extra designs, and all of those extra designs, those 200 designs that you get, these you can make and sell, no problem at all. The thing with the Disney is, because they're a licensed image, you can't make them to sell. And that's just, it's just one of those things. It's the same with licensed fabric. If you buy fabric that's got like official Superman or something on, you can't make and sell that either. It doesn't matter what you do with it. It's just one of those things. But it doesn't mean that we can't have an absolute ball stitching those designs out and making and gifting. Absolutely beautiful. Now, loads of you have this in your basket. None of you are going to miss out today because you've had your chance to think about it, sleep on it since launch. We've managed to get stock back in. Only just. Let's have a look at the Disney designs. They're so lovely. Of course, we've got to start off, haven't we, with Mickey, Minnie, Donald Duck. There we go. I love the shades with Mickey Mouse. So cool to make a badge. You've got Minnie there with her classic polka dot bow. Remember, it is National Polka Dot Day. Being very romantic with each other, Mickey and Minnie. You've got that classic Minnie face. Remember, you could make to personalise for a wedding. How lovely would that be? Would be absolutely gorgeous. So cute. This is super cute. Imagine embroidering that sort of peeping out over the top of a pocket on a little boy's shirt or a little pinafore dress pocket. Gorgeous classic Disney there. There's Minnie. You see, you could have her peeping over the top of another pocket. Well done, everyone who's checking out their baskets, by the way. You've just got yourself the Disney embroidery machine. Well done. Love that. All stacked. Minnie. Is that Minnie doing a bit of sewing? Hello. Gorgeous. All of these are compatible with your hoop, by the way. You've got a 4-inch hoop. This is a lovely one. Sort of line drawing of Minnie. If you're planning a visit to maybe Disneyland, Disney World, there are lots of them to choose from. You could personalise your shirt, your T-shirt to take with you. The absolute classic black and white Mickey there from Steamboat Willie. These are nice. I love these in the squares. Look, there's 65 different Disney designs. I love these badges. Great embellishments. Winnie the Pooh, of course. Absolutely classic. Gorgeous, maybe to personalise some bibs or a receiving blanket. You could do these in the middle of a quilt block for a baby quilt. You could also embroider these on like a fleece receiving blanket for a baby. That would be absolutely beautiful. The other thing, I'm just going to quickly flick to the back for a second because there are frames. There are frames. And what you can do, well, these are bracelets, yeah, but there are frames as well that you can then put lots of the Disney designs into so that you have a framed design. Now that opens up a whole new set of possibilities with your Disney. Hi, Stuart. I've just ordered the Disney embroidery machine. It's a Prezi from Mr. Soup and Mashed Potatoes. Oh, Louise. Just to put that into context, you may remember one of our lovely viewers when Janet, Claire and I were disagreeing about soup. And Louise, and I think her mum, or Louise might be mum, was talking about making soup and mashed potatoes for her husband and daughter. This is the very same person. Love it. Love it. You make a bowl with the mashed potato and then pour the soup in, if you were wondering. Then we've got, look, Disney princesses. Name those princesses. Oh, this is a new one. These are, oh, I love these. That's gorgeous. Curious and Kind, The Little Mermaid. Beautiful. You've got, of course, a Snow White. You've got Cinderella. You've got Rapunzel. You've got Belle. You've got Jasmine. You've got Ariel. You've got... Oh, no, that's Rapunzel. That is Aurora, sorry. And you've also got the Princess and the Frog. The princess, is it Tabitha? I want to say Tabitha. I haven't seen it. All of my godchildren or friends who've got kids, they're all too old now. Tiana, thank you. I knew it was something like Tabitha. Tiana, Gorgeous. And then look, you've got Frozen, you've got Alice in Wonderland, you've got Tinkerbell and Peter Pan, you've got some Toy Story. Love that. Where's Zootopia? That's from, is it not The Sword in the Stone? It's Robin Hood. That's Robin Hood. It's not Zootopia, it's Robin Hood. Is it? Is it? Oh, well, I beg your pardon, I stand corrected. Zootropolis. You see. There you go. There you go. Cars, Monsters, Inc., Finding Nemo. Oh, no, I just saw the fox and I thought, oh, no, I recognise that. 65 designs, all Disney. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, remember, you could combine your Disney perhaps with a font, so you can personalise. It could be on a bag, it could be on a rucksack, pencil cases, bibs, blankets, quilts. So many possibilities. How many in baskets, Hannah? Oh, my goodness me. Loads of you are going to be very happy in about 3 to 5 working days when you get this machine home. Absolutely brilliant. Now, you've also got your main embroidery library. Okay. You've got so many different fonts included, so many different fonts. These are resizable, of course, and you can combine them. You have also got loads of different frames, all different shapes. These are so useful. If you want to make quilt labels, really detailed quilt labels with lots of information, you can put them in different embroidered frames. I was posting about this on my Instagram just a few weeks ago, making a label for a quilt. Look, also, you've got some beautiful folk art florals and almost what look like cross-stitch, beautiful lacy designs. You've even got some freestanding lace that you make using water-soluble stabilizers. You've got cakes, you've got Easter, you've got seasonal summer designs, autumn, Halloween, Christmas. Love this sort of rick-rack style rainbow there. Fun animals, birds, butterflies, loads of different, some sewing themes. These are gorgeous kind of applique in the hoop designs. Now, this was something I discovered when I got my brother embroidery machine. You could do these wonderful applique in the hoops where your embroidery machine will stitch out the outline. You iron your fabric onto the fabric in the hoop, and then your machine will satin stitch the edges, add features, add details. It's so professional and slick. And all of these designs in here, you can make and sell the items. You've got patchwork blocks. You can also get designs that look like red work or blue work. You can stitch them any colour you like. Well done if you've just checked out your basket, by the way. I'm seeing the numbers on my scoreboard and they are dropping and dropping and dropping. And this is available stock now, is dropping and dropping. Lots and lots of you with this in your basket. It did sell out at launch. We have matched the launch price. So you're not being penalised for wanting a week or so to think about your purchase. It's a big purchase. It's a whole new direction, maybe, for your crafting. Whether you dressmake, bag make, home decor, or quilt, you can use it across the board. Now, a lot of people now use their embroidery machines for quilting their quilts as well. Because if you think about a lot of the more open designs, you can get quilting motifs that you can download to your brother. And then you hoop up your quilt. So you will layer your quilt, and maybe you've got a blank block, say like I don't know, but maybe a 5-inch star centre block, or it could be a 4-patch, whatever. And you can then hoop that area, use one of the quilting designs and stitch through all those layers. Your wadding and your backing act as the stabiliser, so you can quilt your quilts using your embroidery machine too. Now, We've had lots of questions. This is a good question about using the embroidery machine to stitch pre-made things like babies' bibs or romper suits or T-shirts, hats. There's loads and loads of videos actually. How to do it, how to center your design, how to get it exactly where you want. Because actually, if you make and sell, my goodness me, the minute you can put the date or a name or, you know, Nanny's favourite baby, grandchild or something like, you know, something fun like that. Oh, the minute you can do that. If someone comes along and the spelling of their name is non-standard, they will never be able to find named item. You can do it for them. And there's a real premium you can charge for that. Lots and lots of tutorials on Brother's website. The Artspira app is amazing. Now, there are two versions. Everyone can get the free version of Artspira. And through that, you can access free designs that you can download. Everyone needs it. If you're getting a Brother embroidery machine, you must download the art. You don't have to, but I want you to. There's loads of free designs, and they come out each month. So you can build your library of designs for nothing, You can also digitize things like drawings or motifs. Also, as well, of course, there are lots of clever people around the world who design and digitize embroidery designs that you can get for free, or you can get huge collections for not very much money, or you can buy individual, really detailed, really specific designs for something, you know, very specific. I bought a few around Christmas time, and they were really worth getting. The fact that you can keep adding to your machine really indefinitely, because you're not filling a memory on your machine. You're going to transfer them wirelessly. You can store them on your laptop, your computer, but you don't store them on your embroidery machine. You've got your 65 Disney designs, your 200 more designs as well, but then you can keep adding. Store them on a memory stick, and then you can just grab and go. Well done if you've just checked out your basket. Again, my availability now is dropping. We only launched on Sunday, and we completely sold out of our full stock. We have managed to get some back in stock. Not as many as we had at launch, and the numbers are dropping. Look at all these lovely fonts as well, this fancy script. You could monogram napkins. Now, I don't know how much a monogrammed napkin would cost for a wedding. I imagine every time you add the W word to anything, the price triples, doesn't it? But if you made or bought some ready-made napkins and then used perhaps the colour theme of the wedding to embroider either a single or a double monogram on the napkin, what a beautiful thing on your wedding table, for top table for everybody. A really special thing that everyone can take home and cherish. You've also got these beautiful, delicate floral motifs here, which I just think are exquisite. All of these designs, I mean, it just goes on and on. It's quite amazing. And you can combine designs as well. You can recolour designs. Now, the only thing I would say about recolouring is you really shouldn't recolour Disney designs. Use the colours as guided, because they are the true colours of those characters. And a lot goes in. You know, no one's going to recognise Buzz Lightyear if he's in completely the wrong. Don't take the mickey. You know, Bud Light. Hey, it's Bud Lightyear. I come in peace. You know, you've got to use the right colours. But for everything else, for your florals, for your letters, for your words, for your frames, I mean, the sky's the limit. You can use variegated, metallic. You can use all kinds. It's like when Bud went wrong and the wrong button got pressed, isn't it? The sky's the limit. He doesn't even say that, Bruce. I'm Bud Lightyear. It sounds like I've had a Bud Lightyear. I'm blown away. It's a brilliant machine. I have a Brother embroidery machine. They are amazing. I wish I'd bought an embroidery machine years ago. I've been missing out. This is such a great machine. Hi, Stuart and all. Just wondering if you're allowed to sell items you make using the Disney designs. You're not allowed to sell them, Susan. No, not for charity or for profit, because they're licensed designs, and different licenses are sold for different uses. So a Disney design on a t-shirt, that license is sold to somebody who manufactures t-shirts. But you can make for children, your grandchildren, as gifts for people, absolutely to your heart's content. And remember, you've got 200 copyright-free designs as well that you can make and sell. What's a receiving blanket? So a receiving blanket is a very traditional gift to make for somebody who's had a baby, and it's just for receiving the baby, to kind of, sometimes people used to take them to the hospital when somebody had a baby, to bring the baby home swaddled in a gorgeous blanket, and they're real keepsake items. But it's a bit like making a baby quilt for somebody. It's just a gorgeous gift. And you can make them simply and easily from something like a gorgeous fleece, and embroider something lovely on there. And it's just something rather gorgeous, isn't it? And it could even be a blanket that you've bought that you embroider. Could be ready-made pillowcases, napkins, it could be t-shirts, hats. There's all sorts of things. With hats, I'm more inclined to do things like, did you see the Disney badges? I'll just show you again. There's one there which says 1928. Was that when the very first Disney film came out? The first Disney animation? Okay. So I would do that, and then I would actually cut it out and make a badge that you then stitch onto a hat. Because three-dimensional things, there's a little bit more skill in doing that. And then there's also this one here. Steamboat Willie was 1928. Like this one here, Astronaut Mickey. That would be so lovely to make and put on a t-shirt, on a jacket, even on pyjamas. Even on pyjamas, it would be so much fun. Gorgeous. Right, now I do need to let you know my stocks are dropping. So many of you in baskets. How many now, Hannah? Okay, 11 of you with this in your basket. That's lots of my remaining stock, I'll be fair. Now, the price is £649. That is our launch price. We're matching our launch price. You've got until midnight tonight to check out your basket if you want to get that price. A minute past midnight, a bit like Cinderella running down the stairs. She lost her shoe and everything turned into a pumpkin. And that will happen at midnight tonight. That £649 will blow up into a £1,099 price tag. Don't wait until a minute past midnight. Well, I'm just saying, no, I'm just saying though, because sometimes I just think, oh, you know, I put a pan of potatoes on and I think, oh, I'll go and do something for 10 minutes. The next thing I know, I can smell burning. Because time runs away with us, and before you know it, it's after midnight and the price is £1,099. And that would really annoy me if I wanted this machine and I wanted to pay £649. So check out your basket. Also, I don't want you to miss out on this great machine. We haven't had a Disney embroidery machine for, it's got to be over a year. It's been well over a year. I can't remember when we had Disney, and I didn't think we were ever getting a Disney embroidery machine back in. I'm thrilled that we've got this. Absolutely thrilled. Well done, by the way, everyone who's just checked out their baskets. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, out of the box, and what you don't get, I'll tell you what you don't get a foot pedal, because you just press a button and away it goes. So you can be doing your sewing while your embroidery machine is embroidering, and then combine the two. You get your embroidery foot, that is permanently attached to your machine. Remember, you can quilt your quilts. You can add embroidery designs to your quilts. It's brilliant. You get your needle set. You get some pre-wound bobbins as well. We'll talk about what you need for your bobbins in just a second. You get a seam ripper, you get scissors, you get a cleaning brush, your screwdriver, you get your spool caps for different sizes of reels of thread. And once you get into buying embroidery threads, my goodness me, they are delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've got some lovely threads on the show. You get your reference manuals, you get your Disney reference manual as well, so you can quickly and easily choose your designs. And really, I've got to be honest here, I got my embroidery machine out of the box and I glanced at the instruction manual. Next thing you knew, I was doing my first machine embroidery. It's easy and intuitive. It really, and I'm not a tech person at all, but it's very easy. I was scared of doing machine embroidery, I'll be honest with you, because I thought the machine's in control, it's all doing the work, and it's so simple and straightforward, and the results are beautiful. As I say, you don't get a foot pedal because you don't need a foot pedal. It's a button that you press and away you go. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, one of the things I had to learn, and I did look at the manual for this, was the hooping. So just to quickly explain, if you've never done embroidery before, you might well have seen wooden embroidery hoops that people put their fabric into to hand embroider. It's a very similar setup. It's two parts. The difference is on a wooden embroidery hoop, this part goes underneath and this bit sits on top. With your embroidery machine, this goes on top. So you sandwich your fabric and some stabilizer together, squish them together. You have a little screw there to tighten everything up. Okay, and it should just have a little bounce. It doesn't have to be tight like a drum skin. And then you've got these little metal, sort of almost like screws, but they don't screw out, but they're little sort of pegs almost. And all that happens is this goes underneath and they click into place, just like that. And your embroidery is now held under the machine. And your this will slide back and forth and in and out, and this moves the hoop around to create the designs. I can't take my eyes off the machine. I get nothing done when I'm embroidering because I'm watching the design come together. Each of the different colours is numbered, and there's also a time that it's going to take to stitch out. So you can plan your time around, okay, I'll leave that stitching the black and do some patchwork cutting, come back, change your thread. It automatically stops. As soon as it's finished one thread, it'll lock the stitches. You can come along, snip the thread. It waits while you change the thread over. And the good news is it is exactly the same bobbin winding system as your sewing machine, your brother's sewing machine. It is exactly the same brilliant needle threader, automatic needle threader. It's so easy. And also exactly the same bobbin loading as your regular sewing machines. If you've got a top loading sewing, even if it's not a brother, it's basically the same. You're not having to learn any new skills there at all. You have your screen, which will display the design, and it also has arrows. Take it up, take the design up, take it down, to the side, to the other side. You can enlarge designs, you can reduce them. Easy, easy peasy. It is. It's just so easy. It's great fun. It is great fun. And it really sort of fires up my creative juices as well, because I love thinking of different creative ways to use the embroideries. Get your machine home, give it a whirl. It's just great fun. Loads of you with this in your baskets. Do check out. Don't wait until a minute past midnight and end up paying £1,099. You can get it today for £649. We've matched our launch price, so which I think is the fairest thing to do, because I would want a few days to think about it. And also as well, it did sell out incredibly quickly. So a lot of people who were thinking about it missed out because we sold out. We've managed to get some stock back in for today. Take advantage today and use the split pays if you want. There are split pays available on the machine, 3 of them. If you've not used that before, it's 0 interest. Okay, you don't pay a penny more by choosing split pay. It spreads the cost over 3 months. You pay £216.33 today. That gets you the machine home. A month later, you pay the second payment. A month after that, the third and final, and you're done. Now, there are no credit checks. There are no forms to fill in. If there was a form to fill in, I'd be like, nope, nope. I hate filling in. I hate filling in forms, and especially online forms. I hate filling them in. There's none of that. There is none of that. It is literally a box that you click. Yes, I'd like split pay. And you get split pay. Simple as that. That is it. So it's absolutely child's play. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Brand of Brother. It's the brand of Brother. We know and love the brand of Brother. We know it's millions and millions and millions of sewing machines that they have made. I've got a question. Yeah, go ahead. Can you embroider on faux leather, Stuart? Yes, you can, Louise. Yes, oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because with faux leather, you're just going to use a regular needle for faux leather, just your regular machine needle. And your embroidery machine does take just regular embroidery needles. You're not having to buy special expensive needles. Just buy good quality. Personally, I recommend Schmetz needles, sewing machine needles, and beautiful job. Yes, you can embroider on faux leather. You're always going to put some kind of stabilizer on the back of your fabric. So you could embroider organza. You can embroider silk. You can embroider on cork fabric or faux leather. You can embroider on fleece or wool or quilt weight cotton, you know. But you'll use the stabilizer on the back always. And this holds the fabric steady because if you think about it, there are thousands of stitches being put into that fabric. And you know what it's like when you're sewing your half square triangles and the fabric stays in one position a moment too long and it starts getting gobbled up by the machine. Well, imagine if you were doing thousands of stitches. So that stabilizer will make everything just perfect. I do recommend, we've got a couple of stabilizer packs. Yeah, I would really, really recommend if you've bought an embroidery machine from us before or you're buying one today, get this, keep the booklet because you've got 12 different stabilizers. It explains why you would use them, when you would use them. Some stay in, some tear out, some wash away. You use some when you want the stabilizer to go completely. There's no fabric. You're just creating lace with your embroidery machine. This is a brilliant way to get to know stabilizers. Now, for most applications, you're going to use a tearaway soft cotton stabilizer. So for the majority of your stabilizing, you're going to use this. So this is a 10-metre roll. It's 30 centimetres wide. This will last you ages. This will last you ages and great quality. $15.99. Now, the other stabilizer that we've got is the Avalon Film. There's only one roll left. Full details are on the website, by the way. This is a wash-away stabilizer. 10 metres again by 30 centimetres. Okay. Now, let's just do one little recap on this fabulous machine. It was launched on Sunday. It's been well over a year since we've had a Disney machine, a Disney embroidery machine. This is Brother. This is the brilliant brand of Brother. You get 65 Disney embroidery designs preloaded. Okay. You also get a further 200 designs also included. So 65 Disney, another 200 designs. Now, all of these 200 designs you can use on make and sell items. Your Disney are restricted by license, so you can only use these on items for personal use or gifting. Okay. However, you can add to your collection so easily. There is Wi-Fi capability, so you can transfer wirelessly to your machine. There's thousands of free designs, ones that cost a few pence, ones that cost a few pounds. Loads of Disney designs too, actually. If you go on the Brother Art Spira app, you will find them. And they all cost... you know, individually, you get them individually, but none of them are the same as the ones that come on your machine. So those ones aren't available anywhere else. But you can add to your library of Disney designs. And there's also thousands of other designs that you can get, thousands of fonts, thousands of frames and motifs and seasonal. It's so much fun. You've also got a USB port at the end. So if you've already got designs on a USB, or your friends have got embroidery machines and you can swap them around. They have to be compatible with a Brother machine. They're a format, a language, if you like, that your Brother machine understands. So they have to be in that format, but that's the only stipulation. And they have to fit inside your hoop, and your hoop for this machine is a 4-inch hoop or a 10-centimetre hoop. Brilliant opportunity to get the launch price. But on Wednesday, don't miss out on this one, by the way. I've got to tell you, over half of the stock that I've got remaining is in baskets or it's been checked out already. So we're approaching that stage where by midnight tonight we could have sold out again. So, all right, I'll pop that to one side. Now, I have got a really big, beautiful, this is a Metler thread suitcase. Double-sided. Look at that. This is the kind of thing you walk about with, you know, handcuffs for protection to hold it. This is my very special case of thread. These are beautiful. This is an all-purpose thread. So you can use this for piecing, embroidery, quilting, applique. You've got 96 different colours, so 48 on each side, and you do also get a colour chart so that you can order and replace as you use them up. I've only got 3 of these special suitcases left. They do obviously come in this beautiful presentation and keepsake box. Yeah, just lovely. £199.99. It is on split pay, £66.66. Pay that today. 2 and 3 and you're done, but you get it after making the first payment today. Gorgeous, that. I've also got some smaller thread collections. I've got this beautiful silk finish cotton collection. Look at that luscious selection of colours, 18 different colours there, all your neutrals, your navy and your blue. Beautiful pinks and reds, gorgeous greens as well for £28.99. 18 reels in there, and each one is, I think it's 200. It's underneath the label. Isn't that handy? I can't read it. I can't read it, sorry. 150, thank you. 150 metres on each spool. Perfect. So 2,700 in total. Amazing. Right, now, we had just the most busy show with Debbie Shaw with her brand new concept, really, foundation piecing on fabric foundations. Just brilliant. 4 different, incredibly complex looking stars, but incredibly easy to achieve. You sew on the fabric foundation. You don't have to use a short stitch length. You use a regular stitch length. You don't have to tear the stabilizer away. You leave the foundation in. Now, we completely sold out. You get full instructions as well. We completely sold out, but we managed to get a 10-day extended delivery stock in. This is a different code, MVVC59, and you can get that home in about 10 days. It's just an extended delivery. If you'd already bought and checked out, but you want some more, well, you can get cracking on the first lot, and then these will come in about 10 days. Okay, we've been looking this hour at the incredible Brother M340 Disney embroidery machine. 65 Disney designs loaded, and another 200 other designs, fonts, frames, motifs, pictures, absolutely beautiful. And of course, you can transfer new designs wirelessly or by memory stick. Keep checking out your baskets. It's been lovely to see you. Now, I'm not back until my birthday weekend on the 1st and 2nd of February. I have got so many gorgeous projects to share with you. I'm going to start teasing some of the projects on my social media over the next few days. Now, let's look at tomorrow. It is Rebecca Reed. 8 a.m, Amber makes the Flower Shop Revisited with Rebecca Reed as her own guest. Wonderful. Hopefully she'll be having a two-way conversation. At 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan is in with the Sanderson Ancient Woodlands quilt kit. At 10 o'clock, it's the new Husqvarna Quartz 29 launch with Hayley West. That is a very, very exciting launch. And then at 11 o'clock, it's a dance with half square triangles and our very own Susie Duncan. At 12 o'clock, it's the Husqvarna Viking Amber Overlocker, again, expertly demonstrated by our lovely Hayley West. A great morning. Again, we've learnt so much this morning, loads more to learn tomorrow. Thank you for sharing the morning with me and for all your lovely messages as well. Have a fantastic afternoon. You don't have to go anywhere because it's Hobby Maker up next with the lovely Dave Bradford. I will see you my birthday weekend, 1st and 2nd of Feb.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.